Oh, well, hello, my baby gorillas. And I, sorry for keeping you there. For some reason, that YouTube had disappeared the actual live stream where Peter the Plonker Smith was actually on the internet, and yeah, so I don't I don't know where it was. I hadn't got a clue where it was, so I couldn't find it and I couldn't get on in time. Oh dear! And then they've demonetized. Let me just show you this. What they do on my YouTube channel, your channel. Let me see. The studio. So this is me just showing you a wee bit behind the scenes here. So this is my content. So as you can see here, this is monetized. All of the rest, as if a lot of them have said anything dodgy at all. Limited. See here, this is your monetization. All of this is limited, to on, limited. So limited, you can see how much now after spending 3 years developing content, how much, so 2 out of all of those, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 30. So a fifth of the actual channel is actually monetized. Look at all the limiteds down here, and how much that they don't want to pay. There's the live ones as well, on, they're the ones. So ineligible. I prefer to give you better content and be ineligible, but you can see ineligible, limited, on, limited. So I've got one out of all of those. Not a lot of them are non-contentious. I don't know why the leader of, for instance, the Scottish Libertarian Party would not be monetised. You can see how popular the channel is though, but you can see all of that's not been monetised as well. So I think I've got 20 pence, spending thousands of pounds developing the channel, and I think I've got 20 pence as the grand total for all my 3 years of bringing you information and doing all these sort of things. But we already know that the Silicon Valley are just mucking us about anyway. I mean, that's just part of the course, isn't it? So let's have a look at Peter the Plonker. Here we are there. There's Peter the Plonker. 3 watching. Come on, guys. Let's share it on Facebook. Peter the Plonker. So let's go back to this little ditty. I don't know if I can bring this up. The headline here, I think there's some people that don't understand where I got this from. So Google the Scottish Sun vile asylum seeker. So this is from 27th of January in the Sun, and there's a girl crying. A vile gang, Police Scotland took down large-scale Muslim asylum seeker grooming gang. A lot of them just fake refugees, illegal immigrants just walking into the country. Seeker grooming gang in Glasgow, but kept it secret. So Nicola Sturgeon, this is under Nicola Sturgeon's watch. So this woman, what's her name? Twitter. So again, this woman, Danny Garavelli, said that his son has been targeted. Well, targeted by people who are journalists speaking to him. I don't know if that's targeting now. He was harassed. I was harassing him. So journalists asking questions, as I said to you yesterday, is harassment. Who made a series of remarks about Pakistani rape laws. Child rape laws. So it's all here. Child abuse, rape laws, Pakistan. So it's all up in the internet anyway. On Islamic. So, 5-year-old girl forced into marriage with 22-year-old. Woman 26 was raped and sexually assaulted after returning. Oh, that's the Rotherham. Child sex laws. So it doesn't tell you un-Islamic. So they've obviously pulled it out. So they're actually taking off. Let's see if we can get it in Google. There it is there. See, obviously in Microsoft, they're not actually doing it. Pakistan prevented from banning child marriages because it's un-Islamic. And this is in the Independent. It's not exactly a far-right paper. So it's all here anyway. It's all, if you want to read it yourself, I've already gone over it. And, obviously Mr. Sawa said he's Muslim, and which is un-Islamic not to rape kids, and the abuse of children, which is also in the papers here. But Danny Gavelli, I don't know if that's Italian or whatever, they're probably not Scottish, and I think what the Italians did in Scotland is very questionable as well, who made series of remarks about Pakistani rape laws and alleged abuse of children by asylum seekers. And alleged abuse. Well, it's not me that's alleging. I just repeated what was already said in The Sun. The allegations are coming from Blair Meakley of The Sun, probably a good journalist. Cops took down a huge asylum seeker grooming gang in Glasgow but kept it secret. I wonder who's controlling the SNP in Glasgow, and obviously SNP in the Scottish Parliament. The gang preyed on vulnerable children, I believe, who were wards of court, who were actually being looked after by the council, and had at least 44 victims, including a group of 6 girls who are well known to each other. I've already gone over this, but I'm just trying to point out where these people, these allegations of child abuse echo those made against Roma in Govanhill. I've not read anything about the Roma child abuse, and I didn't just make these up. These have already been stated in the national press. So I don't know if, but again, Danny Gravelli, let's see if we can find out a wee bit more about Danny Gravelli. But she seems to be just the same part of the problem of Scottish journalism as Paul Hutchins and who paid Danny Gravelli. There we go. So Craig Murray, who's an excellent journalist who's now in jail for their journalism, historian and former ambassador and human rights activist, who paid Danny Gravelli. So she's on the payroll. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? She's actually bought and paid for. Right. Tortoise was sponsored to produce the Danny Gravelli attempted assassination of Alex Salmond by Tulchan Communications, and the same firm that employed Ruth Davison on £50,000 a year. So you can see they're all in bed together. They're all scratching their back. 2 seconds. If I don't drink something, I'll go hoarse. So they're all in bed together. Right, so they smear people who are going after the system. Not that they're doing proper journalism. They're just attacking people who may actually be asking proper journalistic questions. Right, I see. The same firm that employed Ruth Davison, right? So they're all pretty much in bed together. The so-called Conservative Party on £50,000 a year for 24 days of corporate lobbying until banned by the Scottish Parliament. Tulchan Communications is openly Tory body. Its chief executive is Lord Fieldman, former chairman of the Tory party. Is directed. Directors include Lisa Kerr, former SPAD to George Osborne. It's a part of the UK's SAV system of corrupt corruption, whereby political hacks with their inside track get paid huge bungs by firms to influence ministers in their favour on tax. Oh, are they? Oh, right, I see. Contracts, regulations, etc. It is generally not my normal style to judge an argument by who it or by who paid for it. Nobody can possibly accuse me of not having judged and critiqued Guerilla articles on its merits, but the reaction to my critique, both for the mainstream media and for a whole slew of SNP staff who attacked me for receiving subscriptions for my blog, that led me to the train of thought that the source of the funding from the blog is open. It is you, the readers, voluntarily. But why were those same people not asking who funded Miss Guerilla? Where's Miss Guerilla from, and why? I might not have done anything but it until I saw a tweet from Miss Guerilla stating that her piece had been legaled several times, which is expensive. By the fine art of provocation, I got more details from Miss Guerilla, or just how expensive her involvement has been. Danny Guerilla, my God, the lying innuendo is never going to end. I was 15 days in court, not 8 plus 3 preliminary hearings, many interviews before, and plus after 3 days to write, plus, yes, Tortoise paid for all that. Second, legaling done by SOS. Why would anybody be surprised at me being paid to do my job? Craig Murray. Legaling a piece is expensive. Legaling a piece several times is very expensive. 8 days of Danny Guerilla in court. The interviews. Now, there's been allegations that Danny Guerilla had actually jigsawed and should be in court potentially herself for jigsawing. But if she's in bed, like Peter the Plonker Smith, with the higher-ups and with the political class, then this is the problem. The interview with 5 discredited accusers say 3 days to write it up. Who paid for this and why, I wonder? Answers is not just Tortoise. My blog, tomorrow, Twitter, Danny Guerilla 1. That's obviously from Craig Murray. Indeed, when you think about it, that makes it even more remarkable that she managed to speak to not a single person from the defence, nor reflected any of the evidence of the defence witnesses, all that worked, yet meeting only one side. Meeting only one side. It's good that the journalists are getting both sides of the story, isn't it? Impartiality. Right. So they're basically paid hacks. Basically, that's what we're getting from this. But it's also this is very expensive. Why would a magazine nobody reads pay so much money for a completely one-sided hit job on Alex Salmond? Maybe they're in bed with wee Nippy. Maybe it's part of the gay mafia. Maybe Danny Guerilla might be part of it. Tortoise claims to have an entirely new model for slow journalism, hence the name putting in research that fits with Guerilla has done here. Although when you have made not the slightest effort to get more than one side of the story, I'm not sure why this is called journalism. They're not journalists. They're not journalists. They're hacks. They're political hacks. I tackle all political parties, and I don't just do one-sided. I allow them to speak, but these are not journalists. These are hacks, and I'm going to explain even more, go into depth here. I can't wait. It's sexy. So that fits with what Guerilla has done here. Although when you have made not the slightest effort to get more than one side of the story, I'm not sure why this is called journalism as opposed to propaganda. They are propagandists. They're propagandists to control the Scottish people, control the voters, and make sure they only vote for the 5 defunct parties now. Tortoise accepts subscriptions of £100 per year, but that is a minor part of their income. Most of the income comes from corporate sponsorship, and though they admit this website, let me just check if I'm actually coming through okay for you guys. You there? Where are we? Yep, hello Peter. Defunct parties now. Tortoise accepts subscriptions of £100 per year. Let's move up a wee bit. Is that better? Is a minor part of their income. And they do admit this on their website. They are coy about which company is. All right, I see which company. I think we really need to know this. Company is behind which article. BP are among their major actors in the case of Danny Garavelli being employed to try and destroy Alex Salmond. So the large corporations are using journalistic hacks to give misinformation. Oh, righty. The initiative to commission it for Tortoise came from Tulchan Communications. Garavelli was very safe bet for this. Her normal employer is the Independent Hating Scotland on Sunday. Garavelli has described the massive all under one banner march as the flag fixated organisations beloved of the Trumpian tendency. It must be like the Romans when the Romans came in then to Scotland, Miss Garavelli, and claimed they are disliked by the mainstream SNP. It seems to be highly... Well, the mainstream SNP seem to have a bunch of communists kidding on the nationalists. That's what we've derived so far, isn't it? It seems to me highly improbable that the Tulchan Communications should have expended so much money without giving Tortoise a pretty strong steer that they wanted an entire one-sided account. The propaganda purpose of the course revealed immediately by the fact that Tortoise pretended subscription model operates from behind a paywall, but the Salmond attack article was pushed out for free everywhere. But Miss Garavelli was paid, but I do not know what Garavelli's brief was. The Tortoise could be pretty sure that they would get from Garavelli, but I don't know what Garavelli's brief was, and Tortoise could be pretty sure what they would get from Garavelli. I must add, in fairness there, that I have no information whether Garavelli knew Tulchan Communications were funding Tortoise for her article. It would be most interesting to know whether she spoke to Ruth Davis at any stage. All right. Interesting. My old friends in the Conservative Party are doing interesting articles about me. Tortoise is what is politically known as Atlanticist organisation, like a media equivalent of Henry Jackson Society. It was co-founded by James Harding Cameron, appointed for head of news at the BBC by the ex-United States ambassador to the UK, and by Jack Daniels Whiskey Heiress. Corporate sponsors include Bill Gates Foundation, the Rockefeller. So all the corporatists, globalists then. All the corporatists, globalists. The Rockefeller Foundation, Capita and BP. Radical it ain't. James Harding, obviously to protect the corporatist globalists, James Harding was, of course, the founder, Murdoch editor of the Times and head of news at the BBC. They claimed... Oh, damn it. Editor who claimed that it had been his mission to make the BBC News more pro-Israeli, and later claimed that he succeeded. I think we can say he was telling the truth. All the people on Tortoise and all the forces they represent are firmly opposed to Scottish independence. Tulchan Communications are extremely firmly opposed to Scottish independence. Scotland on Sunday are fanatically opposed to Scottish independence. Danny Garavelli makes a living from ridiculing independent supporters. So what Alex Salmond, who lifted the SNP into government and political dominance from the small beginnings, was found innocent at the trial. These are ultra anti-independence forces combined to do a hatchet job. Honestly, I swear to God, combined to do a hatchet job. Combined to do a hatchet job on him, effectively disrupting the verdict of the court, and the SNP needs to unite in congratulations and stop self-interested sniping now. Unlike the advertisers, including the Integrate Initiative, the 77th Brigade, Bellingcap and the Atlantic Council, and hundreds of other warmongering propaganda operations, this blog has no source of state, corporate or institutional finance whatsoever. It runs entirely on volunteer subscriptions. Yeah, give to Craig Murray as well. So let's say, I'm sure, I don't know if I can search on this, but I'm sure Craig Murray also did an article. Who's paying Jig? So it's Wings Over Scotland. There's a couple of articles here. So the appearance of Justice Reverend Stuart Campbell. It's now more than a month since this site revealed the widespread breach by a number of Scottish journalists, newspapers, the most prominent being Danny Garavelli on Scotland on Sunday and Tortoise Media of the legal protected anonymity of one of the accusers in the Alex Salmond trial. But she's not been charged so Craig Murray had been charged because she was pro Alex Salmond, and Danny Garavelli has not been charged because she took the other side and produced a bias, not a journalistic but a biased slant on the proceedings. Until last week, we had no response from the Crown Office and the Procurator Fiscal Service beyond an initial acknowledgement, and no actions of any kind have apparently been taken against any of the perpetrators, even those that pro-Salmond blogger Craig Murray had been cited for prosecution for alleged similar breaches. One rule for one for another in Scotland. Alarmingly, all of the information identifying the woman was, and at the time of writing this article, still publicly available in their articles exposing her to possible danger, so that last week we got in touch with the COPFS to seek clarification. We rang their office and were directed to the email address of Media Relations Department for a response. We sent them a letter below on the Monday the 4th, and we had redacted in certain areas to avoid identification of the user. So Danny Garavelli might be up on charges. The email wasn't acknowledged at all for 2 days, but Wednesday night we received the following information, rather snipey reply. This is clear, so let me read this out. I'll read out the reply. Your inquiry relates to personal communications you have sent to the COPFS and the Media Relations Department to do not assist on such matters. Information on providing communications and complaints about the COPFS is available on our website. This is our media position in relation to contempt of court. A spokesperson for the Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal said the Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal take seriously any potential contravention. So they basically ignored this again. So that just shows you again how corrupt and how lacking in separation there is between the Crown Office, the government, and the PF. Take seriously any potential contraventions of the Contempt of Court Act 1981 if the Crown becomes aware of the press coverage or social media postings that may give rise to the potential contempt. Careful consideration will be given to whether any further procedures is required. This is clearly a completely unacceptable fob off. The COPFS is a department of the UK government and as such is answerable. Don't forget, we've already said that Danny and Ruthie Baby Davison is wee Billy Bob Thornton is potentially like wee Billy Bob, what's her name? Billy Bob Thornton. Billy Bob Thornton is. No, that's not it. Billy Bob cartoon. I couldn't remember. This was a thing I came up with, and I'm sure it looked like Ruth Davison. It was an old cartoon. Billy Bob. It was a wee guy with a bowl cut. Can't remember what it was called. I need to try and get back to that. So, a week later, there is no further response from Mr. Shields. Oh, right, I see. As it happens, is the same Graham Shields who used to be the editor of the Evening Times. So they're all in bed together. They all know each other and they all go and, oh, hi there. Hi, Peter. Oh, hi, Paul Hutchins. That's great. Now, I've only met Peter on this day, which we're going to come to in a second. And obviously, Danny Garavelli doesn't have to be prosecuted under the jigsawing requirements from the corrupt Crown Office under wee Nippy, Danny Garavelli is obviously in league with Corporatus Globulus and Ruthie Baby Davison, who's down in the House of Lords down there, doing God knows what. So, it seems reasonable to imagine that the capacity he'd been close friends with then editor of the sister paper The Herald, one Graham Smith. By a remarkable coincidence, Mr. Smith is is the husband of none other than Danny Garavelli. She's obviously not taking his name. So that's I told you they're all in bed together. So let's see what Paul Hutchins now. This is the only place that I can think where he, the doughball Peter the Plonker Smith, has got this from. I've never met Paul Hutchins to this day, and Paul Hutchins is a very unlikable wee character as well, wee rat-faced boy. Hutchins, the Herald. David Ballantyne. Oh, I'll come back to that in a minute. Open that in the new tab. Doesn't seem to be doing very well in Microsoft Bing. So that's what's his name? I don't, you can't even remember the guy's name. Holocaust denier. Can't even think. What's on? There it is, yeah. So this is the first article, the sort of any bad press that I got after coming back after being held in Dubai and allowed to starve on the streets, where the British Embassy did nothing. Joanna Cherry denied, said that I had no legal redress against the government for not helping me with my human rights, even though they knew I was starving on the streets. So I've got Paul Hutchins, good picture of me, writing this article in the 19th of February 2017 about somewhere I wasn't even at. So former Scottish Tory candidate drops plans for expose on film that sank David Irvine. I couldn't even remember the guy's name because I wasn't even there, but Paul Hutchins was there. So Paul, let me just sort of clarify the sort of what I'm sure you're going to be asking me. Paul Hutchins was at the David Irvine event, who I don't really know much about, but I believe he is a Holocaust denier. I wasn't there because it didn't really interest me. There was no expose on the film. There was no, we don't do exposes, we do hard politics. I would probably go and speak to David Irvine now, because they made up so much hullabaloo. But Paul Hutchins of the Daily Record was there at the event, and he's obviously a radical far leftist who's into the intersectionality, anti-white racist communism, and he was there. So it's not that far a stretch from going from critical race theory, and it was actually the critical race theorists in the Frankfurt School who may have actually helped spur the National Socialists in Germany for their anti-white, this critical race theory that came out, and I'll show you more of this in a second. And the part of the rise of Hitler was his anti-Semitism. And these were not exclusively but predominantly Jewish people who are making anti-white and anti-male racist overtones, and I'll prove all this by somebody else saying it. And then this was the rise of National Socialism. But I wasn't there, but Paul Hutchins was there. And Paul Hutchins is in the far left, just like National Socialism and this new anti-white racist communism and the critical race theory. Paul Hutchinson is in the far left. He's into all this sort of stuff. And he was actually at the David Irvine event that I wasn't at. Then he wrote a story about me, talking a lot of nonsense about something that I wasn't at, just making up a story out of nothing. And he was actually at it, and I obviously do journalism, but I wasn't at it. I didn't ask him to go to it, and he's managed to write a full story about me over something I wasn't at that he was at. So maybe I should do a story about him and how he was at, why was he at the David Irvine event? Is he a secret Nazi? So this is the problem. So he's just gone on. I'm not going to go through this because I've already gone through it before. If you want, there's actually one I've written about Paul Hutchins. So this is the first expose that he did on me that I wasn't even at, that he was at. Can you believe that? So this was obviously to start the ball rolling and make people think. And I've already told you, you guys already know where I'm in the political spectrum. I'm a libertarian liberal. There's nothing socialist or far left about me in the slightest. I'm a centrist libertarian liberal. And that's where I am in the political spectrum. I've already done my political compass test, which Paul Hutchins has not done. So, but you can see how the corporatist globalists are paying for the journalists not to do journalism, but to do smear and hack pieces on up-and-coming politicians who might not be part of the 5 corporatist globalist entities, the Lib Lab Con Party, the SNP and the Greens. So anybody that's trying to, like UKIP, like any of the other political parties, with maybe the exception of the Alba Party, because obviously Alex has been in government, but anybody further down the political party hierarchy, the journalistic class is not there to give them free coverage or to actually give them fairness. They're there to hold the smaller parties back and to basically simp for the corporatist globalists and the Lib Lab Con Party, the Greens and the SNP, which all of these are pretty much the same sort of ilk, very low quality. I really need to replace, but if you're not politically attuned, if you're Mr. and Mrs. Joe Blogs who doesn't follow the Guerilla TV channel, you're not going to know any of this. You don't know that it's a closed shop in the journalism, and if they do smear pieces against you, you can't even get them in court. You can't say this is a lie. Why is this guy writing about me? Because our court system's corrupted by the SNP, and they're allowed to say anything they want, and you'll be highly lucky if you can get a lawyer to even represent you, never mind anything else. I mean, I've already got Jojo Cherry Benature online saying, and look back in the Guerilla TV about Joanna Cherry as well, and saying that I have no case, although I was held for 2 years, allowed to starve on the streets in Dubai, and the British government didn't even protect my human rights. They just allowed the UAE government to abuse me. And didn't offer me any protection, any shelter, or anything else, which they could have done through the UN embassy, because of the inhumane conditions that I was given by the UAE state. So then it's the same guy. So Paul Hutchins, who gets sacked because he's not a very good journalist from the Herald, I think, and go back to the Paul Hutchins, I did a full article on him on the Guerilla TV channel. If you want to go back, have a look at what I've done on Paul Hutchins as well. Quite interesting. Then he writes this about me. He goes to the Daily Record, another failing periodical. And he says, Harry Styles video nasty, race hate, Brexit party Scott. Now don't forget that the SNP, the Greens, the illiberal, undemocratic Democrats, even the Conservatives and Labour are all trying to bring in the racist, critical race theory based on Marxian, the postmodernist Marxian critical theories, which I'll come to in a second. So the same guy who is now, how he's a political leader, he's never read the Quran at all in his life, is now writing this smear piece about me. Race hate. I don't believe in race. I don't believe people who don't look like me are a different race. So I am a liberal and don't believe in race, unless it's a human race. So I'm not race hating anything. Harry's, unless it's critical race theory or national socialism, both race-based ideologies, which I, as a liberal, do not like. So I may critique them, but that doesn't mean I dislike people who don't look like me. Yeah. So then we've got Harry Styles video nasty as race hate Brexit party Scott stars in the new hit song. Now that's just completely, unbelievably inaccurate and incorrect. So David Ballantyne, who has referred Islam as a child rapist death cult, which funnily enough we're just going to check whether I was right or wrong. Oh right, we've already just checked the child rapist part, which the Pakistani Islamists seem to agree that it's un-Islamic not to have sex with children. So that part's already proven, which they're correct, because I read the text and that's correct. So the child rapist part is would be seen as child rape in Scotland, but obviously it's been covered up by the SNP, and the death cult will just come to, shall we? Looking forward to that. I don't know what the opposite of Islamophobia is. Christianophobia. What is it when you plant bombs all over the UK? 50 terrorist attacks, 22 children killed in Manchester, the 7/7 bombings, 52 people or 57 people were killed as well. But I'll tell you who the problem is. Tommy Robinson, who's not done anything and has praised far-right activist Tommy Robinson. No, what the Guerilla TV channel, and this is what Paul Hutchins doesn't do, so he doesn't understand as a journalist what journalism is. We go down and we criticise, as libertarian journalists, the state for overreach. So it doesn't matter if it's Count Dankula or Tommy Robinson, or if it was even if it was Muslims that were being persecuted or black people that were being persecuted, we would go down and actually speak to them to find out, so to give them a voice, rather than their voice being taken away by the same media cartel who's protecting the political class. That's what we do, Paul. Proper journalism. Not just as Danny Guerilla taking one side of the story. We listen to all sides of the story. Even if it's Tommy Robinson. There's other people a lot worse than Tommy Robinson that are blowing children up. Just now, Paul, I know that doesn't fit into the globalist narrative, does it? We'll come back to that in a second. Appears as minister in the very successful Adore You video. All right, is he? Oh, fantastic. Oh, a grinning minister and pop star Harry Styles' latest music video can be revealed as former Brexit Party candidate who had made Islamophobic. Oh, we'll see what about phobia for Islam in a second, shall we? Oh, I'm looking forward to this, Paul. I'm sure you're going to do a big article on what I'm just about to show you. So this is the only thing that I've said that's potentially contentious. Correct, but contentious. And I was held for, so he seems to have glossed over this. David Ballantyne branded Islam a child rapist death cult, correct, and was deported from Dubai after accused of dodging a taxi fare. I was accused, the taxi driver lied, the money came out an ATM which wasn't checked by the police or the courts. So they just accepted the lies of the taxi driver. So, I mean, it could have been checked. It would have been easy. There's a 6-digit code that comes from our bank to the ATM, which actually has a timestamp that would have shown that the money was actually taken out. The taxi driver had said that there was no money. I never talked to the taxi driver after I went and got the money. He just got out of the car and started attacking me, which he admitted to. I was held for 2 years, allowed to starve with no legal ability to work or leave the country, and with nothing from the British, no protection of my human rights from the British Embassy. Then refused any legal access to actually be able to sue the government in this country for the failure to do that. They even refused to actually look at the case once I came back here. That's our British government for you. Well, I'll come back to that in a minute. They're obviously too busy taking all the money in their corporatist globalist way that they do, and was deported from Dubai after being accused of dodging a tax fare. Never dodged a tax fare. The Scots appeared in video for One Direction star, blah, blah, blah. 20 million. It's got 300 million views now. Has been on YouTube and people love it. The video was partly shot, blah, blah, blah. Great scene. Ballantyne plays a bearded minister who married a couple, but the real man is a long way from the genteel character on screen. I'm a Paul. Oh, I don't know where you met. Up to this day, I don't think you've ever met me, Paul, so I don't know where you've got your information from. Ballantyne is behind Guerilla TV channel, Paul. Get it right. On YouTube, a platform he uses to mouth right-wing opinions. I'm a centrist, Paul. Centrist, libertarian, liberal. I don't have right-wing opinions. I have centrist, libertarian, classical liberal, or like the New Enlightenment type opinions, Paul. I'm not far left. Maybe you think I'm far right because you're far left and you don't know where the political centre is anymore. You're that far left. Maybe that's a problem, Paul. And obviously you don't really know that much about politics either, unless you're simping for the 5 main parties. Very sad about this family here. The son and the wife and the father thing drowned. It was terrible. In one video he claimed there are parts of England where the indigenous population has been completely replaced. Well, that's not incorrect, is it? And we're going to find out from this census this year. I think there's a census, isn't there? He also praised far-right thug Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson's done his political compass test and comes out as nearly a centrist liberal. Nearly where UKIP and the Family Party are. Nearly at the centre in his political compass. Stephen Yaxley has done one and comes out as a liberal. But again, you're referring to him as a far-right thug, so you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to politics. You're just saying far-right, when the far left have killed 100 million people, and we've got BLM. I saw BLM graffiti all over here as well, who are a Marxist organisation, being allowed to spray paint by wee Nippy and Horsey Face and wee Gay Lenin. So, Mo being the Marxists. So this is where we're going. This is the trajectory we're going down. He branded Islam a theocratically fascist system of governments. Well, if it's not fascist, it's certainly theocratically totalitarian and authoritarian. Whether it's fascist is debatable, but he added that those who follow child rapist death cult, which is Islam, don't have a point of reference for the rest of us. I think that's completely correct. Ex-stockbroker, libertarian, blah, blah, blah. Let's see if wee Ruthie Baby, the corporatist globalist shill that she is, actually commented. Ruth Davidson. Ruth Davidson. David Valentine. So, she did that. Harassed. See, they keep saying about harassed. So, Sawar harassed. So, asking questions is now defined, and doing journalism is now by Sarah Vesti. I don't know if she's married to somebody else that's done. So, again, the racist bully. So, the only point of reference for the racist bully was that previous article. And Islam is not a race. I've not criticised anybody's race or people with different complexions, or that's an irrelevance as a liberal. This is what the left are trying to do is conflate a dangerous ideology like Marxism or like Islamism as a race to prevent criticism. And that's what they're trying to do. Anisawa harassed, so asking Anisawa questions by rant outside the Scottish Parliament. So I'm not really interested. There's Peter the Plonker. We'll get back to Peter the Plonker in a second. A racist bully. So former Scottish leader Ruth Davidson, and among dozens of politicians who tweeted their support for Sarwar. Did they? I don't know how many of these dozens of political politicians tweeted their support for the lady that was knifed yesterday, which I'll come on to in a second in Speaker's Corner, who had already been assaulted before. And dozens of politicians wrote, God, this was awful. So Ruth Davidson, now don't forget Ruth Davidson was part of the Conservative Party, and the Conservative Party way back in the day, before I'd made any of these comments and really knew anything about Islam, had already tried to change the political voting system to prevent me becoming the chairman of the Conservative Party. So I know what the Conservative Party is all about anyway. It's among dozens of politicians who have tweeted their support for Sarwar. Oh no, so we're not tweeting our support for the children. We're not interested in that. We're interested in Mr. Sarwar's feelings and me asking Mr. Sarwar questions. She wrote, God, this is awful. Not tweeted about the killing of homosexuals by Islam in 10 different countries, punishable by death. Ruth would potentially be killed for being a homosexual. Not interested in that. God, this was awful. Solidarity. So the Conservative Party are offering solidarity to the Labour Party. And I think that just shows you that the Conservative Party, I think the only thing the Conservative Party are conserving these days is Marxism, with Anis, who handled himself brilliantly. And respect to Peter the Plonker Smith for stepping up. Stepping up for what? To prevent me asking questions. All right, I see, Ruth. SNP Amy Callaghan, MP, disgraceful, sending solidarity. I don't think Amy Callaghan spoke about the children that were being abused in Glasgow that was covered up by the SNP. That's not disgraceful. Me asking questions about these children is disgraceful. That's the disgraceful part. Me asking about child protection is the disgraceful part. Me asking about the abuse of children in Pakistan is me being disgraceful. Me asking if there's actually a connection between the teachings of Islam and what's actually the abuse of the children, it's me asking the questions. It's disgraceful. Oh, it's terrible. Ruth Davison, under an Islamic Sharia compliant state, would be killed for her open homosexuality. That's the punishment under Sharia law. But I'm disgraceful for asking questions. They don't want any questions unless it's from the actual journalists. It's not disgraceful that Ruth Davison party was in charge when I was held in Dubai for 2 years and allowed to starve. That's not disgraceful. Me asking Sarwar questions about him actually being openly Islamic is disgraceful. That shows you where we are in where we are in politics just now. Divide and conquer. All you need to know is never ever take the jab. All you need to know is never take the jab. So, Neil Gray, an SNP. This is horrendous. Oh my goodness, that's horrendous. It's horrendous. Asking questions is now horrendous. So sorry, Mr. Anasawa is getting this abuse. I wasn't abusing Mr. Sawa. I wasn't abusing Mr. Sawa. I was asking him specific questions based on other periodicals, which I've already covered. If you want to look at it, just look at the one at the top of the Guerilla TV channel on YouTube. I didn't abuse Mr. Sawa. Didn't say anything abusive towards Mr. Sawa in the slightest. I was asking him specific questions based on what was already in the public domain. But this is horrendous, disgraceful. Oh, and solidarity to Mr. Sawa, not to solidarity from Ruth Davison to the children that were being abused by the asylum seekers, not them, screw them. That's Ruth's attitude, isn't it? As long as our corporatist globalist pals have got the fix in with Danny Garavelli, just abuse David Ballantyne as much as you want, isn't it? The sooner the Scottish people wake up to stop voting for these parties, the better everybody's going to be. The 5 main parties need to go. They are past their sell-by date. They're an oligopoly that protects the oligopoly of the 5 political parties. There is not, when they say all the politicians are the same, well, there we go. We've got umpteen various political parties all in solidarity with Mr. Sawa, who follows ideology that promotes the abuse of children, which is which I'll show you. I can show you in a minute anyway. And women, as the case may be, which we're going to see in a second. But solidarity, not solidarity with David Ballantyne, not solidarity with the children. We're too good for that. This is horrendous. The abuse of children wasn't horrendous. Me asking Mr. Sawa questions. So sorry, Anis Sawa. And I've already said there's been comments that the Sawa fortune may have been made from illegal means, which has not been confirmed yet, but there may have to be questions asked about where the actual money from the Sawa fortune actually came from. So sorry, Anis is getting this abuse. I wasn't abusing him. Didn't abuse him once. And well done, Peter the Plonker Smith, for stepping in to provide support. Oh, support. The Scottish leader has also issued a heartfelt thanks to Mr. Smith. Oh, thanks, Peter the Plonker. He wrote, I can't thank Peter the Plonker enough for his kind support. He didn't have to get involved, but chose not to be a bystander. Sadly, this nonsense comes with the territory. Not anything to do, not answer the questions about the abuse of children. Nothing about the abuse of children. All of this is to protect. Think about this. This is the media protecting the politicians from answering questions on specific issues. I'll come on to what was actually said in a second. This is the protection. Ballantyne denied being a racist. there was nothing racist about it. We're talking about religion. I never said anything, which we're going to come on to in a second. Never said anything about race. Never mentioned race. Never said anything about what we're talking about. Never mentioned anything about that. We're talking about religion. And obviously, we've already seen now some people in the British Parliament want to bring in some sort of backdoor blasphemy laws. What's her face? I need to change this one. What's her name? Blasphemy. Don't know, maybe we'll do it on YouTube. Naz Shah. So Naz Shah in the Scottish Parliament, in the British Parliament, was basically trying to allude to backdoor blasphemy laws. Police Scotland have been contacted for a comment. Well, Police Scotland never contacted me, because when they looked at it and when they actually saw it, there wasn't anything about it. I don't know if there's any comments on this. But when they did the same article in The Sun, they were saying there was nothing racist there. But they're not interested. The word racist is now not about being racist or having said anything racist. This is just for the press to browbeat you, because the people have now been, it's like a trigger word, and they can use the word racist to say anything they want. So Paul Hutchins has basically started this with this first article here, and then moved on to something else that I'd said and I hadn't said as well. But we've now seen the protection. The actual courts are protecting journalists, even when the journalists are jigsawing, like allegedly, like Danny Gravelli, who's married to Graham Smith, who's the editor of the Times. And all of these are basically in bed together. They softball. She knows Ruth Davison. Ruth Davison's making disparaging remarks about me. And but while at the same time not bothered about the asylum seekers and the children that were being abused. Not horrendous or a problem there. No. That's just covered up. That's covered up by the political class. That's not what the horrendous part is. It's me asking questions about this is the horrendous part. Right, I see. No, yeah. I'll be standing. Don't worry, I'll be standing very soon, and we'll be going to town. You'll be getting asked questions all over the place. Can't wait. So back to Peter the Plonker. Peter the Plonker. So let's go a wee bit what I was talking about last night, and this where the communism came from, and I'll prove this is actually very well done. And I'm going to take a large part of that. I'm going to give credit to this fellow, Ryan Chapman. So this is correct analysis. It's simplistic but correct analysis as well. So I like to give credit to good political analysis.
Tieni, prenditi il biscottino, tieni.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Today we're going to talk about some fairly uncontroversial stuff.
So this is called Marxism behind leftist identity politics, and even the Conservative Party are bought in. Basically, the Conservative Party are only conserving Marxism now. They're certainly not actually a Conservative Party.
Like wokeness and Karl Marx. It's been fashionable for a while now to compare wokeness to a religion or to a cult, in that it has orthodoxy, heretics, original sin, and all that.
The worrying thing is that Islam, which has killed 300 million people, and Marxism seems to be getting in bed together. And you've got this GIMP party, Islamo-Marxists, the globalist Islamo-Marxists, and the GIMPs aren't just like Sawa. The GIMPs go, as we saw, through the SNP into the Conservative Party, the Liberal Democrats, and the Labour Party. The GIMPs are right through it.
But that's never struck me as a critique that hits the target dead on, in that it doesn't paint that clear of a picture of what makes wokeness distinct. And the critique that does do it for me, which you've probably guessed, is the critique that wokeness fundamentally comes from the ideas of Karl Marx. I'm far from the first person to make that argument, and I think most people that talk about this stuff generally struggle to not sound like conspiracy theorists, and those are usually the grounds that are used to wave away this kind of criticism. But there's actually a lot of substance behind it.
And this is the thing that's getting pushed by the globalists, by dopey Joe Biden, who wants to get rid of democracy because it's inconvenient for him. And he was on the record for saying that. Who then, wee Nippy, who's the globalist, shows there isn't really much of a difference between Ruth Davidson being a globalist show for the Unionists and wee Nippy being a globalist show for the Nationalists. Two cheeks of the same arse. Neither of them are for the Scottish people. They're just for themselves.
If you follow the academic trail, all roads really do point to Karl Marx. So I'm going to go through it more slowly and thoroughly than I normally do, because I think this is all criminally misunderstood and needs to be understood if we're ever going to disentangle ourselves from this thing. So, yeah.
And this is what the Green Party, with horsey face Laura Slater and wee Moby Lennon, is pushing as well.
So I'm going to start with going over Marxism, not because I think you haven't heard explanations of Marxism before, but because I think explanations of it usually miss a crucial point, and that point's also crucial to understanding wokeness. And that crucial point is that Marxism is an ideology made fundamentally in opposition to liberalism.
So remember, I'm a liberal. Remember this, I'm a liberal. The Conservative Party are corporatist globalists. Wee Nippy's a globalist show. She's a nationalist globalist, but she's not really a nationalist, which is already described. She's just basically a globalist. She's not going to get the nationalist cause another referendum. You're going to be sitting there 5 years later with her pushing this critical race theory crap and open door immigration. That's what they are. No different from the Tories. There's been no different policy in the coronavirus. Wee Nippy's not said, all right, we're going to stay open. Same thing. Wee Nippy is basically identical politics and immigration and everything else as Bojo, as Boris. There's no difference.
I'm glad you're watching this. Marxism at its core is a critique of liberalism and presents itself as the alternative to liberalism. And by liberalism, I don't mean Democrats in America right now. I mean what we now think of as the founding principles of Western civilization. I'm sorry to say we're going to have to go over liberalism too, because it's crucial to understanding everything else I'm going to say. So to give a quick refresher on that, liberalism is the ideology that essentially champions the freedom of the individual, if at all humanly possible. So liberals want to maximize your personal rights while putting as few restrictions on it as possible. And the place where they mostly draw the line is if you put someone else in physical harm.
Yeah, I remember Antifa, BLM didn't care about putting people in physical harm. These are revolutionaries. These are terrorists. And the fact that Joe Biden and the Democrats have not actually branded Black Lives Matter and Antifa as terrorist organisations means that they are basically de facto in bed with them, especially two stacks dopey Joe Biden, who apparently is now that dual ally that he's going to be forced from office, and we're going to get Kamala Harris, who is obviously the corporatist globalist choice, who couldn't get elected anyway and has got less than 5% of the Democrats' vote. So it looks like now the next time will be another 4 years of President Trump.
So you don't have the right to punch someone in the face, and you don't have the right to shout fire in a crowded theater because people could panic and get hurt. But besides that, they want to maximize your individual freedoms, and that includes the freedom to think for yourself, speak for yourself, protest.
So that's all me. I agree with all of that.
Have a fair trial, own property, and a bunch of other stuff. So quintessential liberal text is this one, the Bill of Rights. Liberalism was made as an attempt to form an ideology that represents the interests of everyone within a society. They thought that as long as everyone had a certain amount of rights that were protected and a freedom to voice their concerns, society would over time naturally become better and better. And they knew full well this would lead to all kinds of struggles and failures and dangers and all that. They said, overall, this is the best system, and over time, society will become more peaceful and more progressive.
There had to be a redistribution of wealth, though. That's the failure in the capitalist society. There has to be a redistribution of wealth to on Milton Friedman's. Alexander AOC, the dough ball, said Milton Keynes. I'm not sure if she meant Keynesian economics or Milton Friedman, but she said, she's an idiot, Milton Keynes, and then there was guys directing her to England and things like that, and Milton Friedman. Oh, it was brilliant.
I think the main problem people have with liberalism is this idea that it's too passive of a take on progressiveness, and that it doesn't actively try to encourage its citizens to improve the conditions of the least well-off. And instead it instills this everyone for themselves.
So again, back to the negative basic income tax. Oh, sorry, negative income tax. That would actually facilitate help the poorer people in society.
Attitude. And within that, some people become wildly successful, while others struggle and kind of fall through the cracks. So you could say that liberalism is great for laying down a base layer of human rights, but it also tends to create large power imbalances within society and doesn't actively encourage its citizens to do much about it, at least in any kind of expedient way. So because of that, there's room for other ideologies that address that, and that's where Marxism comes in. Marxists basically say that liberalism is a protection mechanism for oppressive behavior.
Well, there's nothing more oppressive than Islam and Marxism. Nothing more oppressive. Show me the Marxist or the socialist move towards Marxism where there wasn't oppressive. Considerably more oppressive than a liberal democracy. And in Islamic. Show me where you've got freedom in an Islamic society.
And the alternative that they put forward goes something like them saying, freedom ends where oppression begins. How do they know where oppression begins? Because they're pretty much obsessed with it. Marxists are basically bloodhounds for oppression. The freedom that Karl Marx was concerned with was the freedom to own private property, and the oppression that Karl Marx was concerned with was class oppression. So I should talk about oppression for a minute, because the way that Marxists frame oppression is very distinct. We normally think of oppression as something that arises or doesn't circumstantially, as something that everyone should theoretically be capable of. So in one moment you could hypothetically be an oppressor or not, and in another moment I could be an oppressor or maybe even oppressed. And that should scale up too. Like the Catholic Church, in one moment you could say that they're an oppressor, and in another moment you could say that they're not, or maybe they're even oppressed. So we normally think of it as something that no one is inherently guilty of, and also no one is inherently exempt from, and it's really dictated by a circumstance. Marxism, on the other hand, and this should already be sounding eerily familiar, has this particular way of dividing society up into two parts, the oppressed and the oppressors. And you're either in one group or the other. And what determines which group you fall into is based on your identity. And in Marx's case, it was based in class identity. And he thought that the dynamics of this oppression were baked into the nature of society itself. So the only way to overcome this oppression is to change society itself. In other words, have a revolution and make a new society free from oppression. So then you might ask, how do you know what kind of fundamental change society needs in order to get rid of this oppression? And they would say you need to figure out what was being allowed to occur in order for this oppression to take place. And in Marx's case, the freedom, again, that he was concerned with was the freedom to own private property. So the people who are exercising this freedom to own private property, and this includes the means of production, are necessarily the oppressors, and the people who are not exercising that freedom, so they don't own private property, are necessarily the oppressed. And as long as the freedom to own private property exists, oppression will inherently be baked into society. Marx thought that in order for this revolution to happen, people first need to awaken and see the nature of the oppression happening around them. And if they didn't, if they were blind to that oppression, in his terminology, they would then have false consciousness. If they awakened and they were able to see the true nature of this class oppression happening around them, in his terminology, they would gain class consciousness. Marx thought that a critical number of people needed to awaken to class consciousness. And if they did that, they would be naturally motivated to band together in a collective of like-minded class-conscious people, rise up and overthrow their oppressors, and make a new utopian society. And by the way, the economic implementation of Marxism, where the freedom to own private property, especially if it relates to the means of production, is abolished, is communism. And the economic implementation of liberalism, where you have the right to own private property and you have the freedom to exchange goods and services with others, is capitalism. So, yeah, Marxism 101. Marxism is an inherently unstable ideology that tends to initially sound good, but then gets out of control. So if a Marxist says freedom ends where oppression begins, you might say, hey, that doesn't sound bad. We don't want to be born into a world where people oppress us for things we can't control. But then you say, wait, where is this oppression? And they say, everywhere. And then you say, well, who gets to say what is and isn't oppression? And they say, we do.
So they basically set themselves up as the new high priests and the Marxists. Like I just showed you there with the other politicians attacking me and not Islam or the teachings of Islam or protecting the children. They're quite happy to attack me because they're the Lib Lab Con Party, the Greens and the SNP are the new high priests to decide who, and they're basically falling into the trap of they're all Marxists now. Even the Conservative Party are protecting Marxism, Marxist values. Incredible. And promoting Islam as well.
And you say, can we talk about it? And they say, no. If you disagree with them, Marxist organizations tend to categorize you as part of the problem. And when Marxist organizations...
Well, 100 million people have died under Marxism. So let's not let them never forget. 100 million people died in multiple countries.
Organizations come into power, they tend to shortly after declare speech and action against the movement as oppression. And they abolish political opposition, and things tend to quickly go further downhill from there. As you probably know, every attempt to implement Marxism so far upon a whole country has been a disaster for human rights, bringing tyranny, death, censorship, and shortages, and never bringing the free utopian society that was promised. And
it brings authoritarian persecution and murder. That's what it brings. It brings a lot less free society than a liberal society. There are problems with the liberal society, and redistribution of wealth would help with that.
I think was responsible for the deaths of something like 100 million people.
100 million people. Century.
And the people who suffer the worst are always working class people, the people who Marxism was promising to represent.
Which is quite interesting considering our political class are trying to push it. So if it affects the working class the worst, why are they trying to push Marxism on the working class? And maybe that's why in the stands, like Gareth Southgate, the absolute brainlet that he is, that wasn't recognising the bending of the knee, was in solidarity with Black Lives Matter, a Marxist organisation, where the working class were actually booing the people bending the knee to a Marxist organisation.
But that being said, Karl Marx was a pretty smart guy. And a lot of the critiques he made of liberalism and capitalism were pretty sharp. And if you read some of them today, you might even agree with them, even if he's obviously not capturing the full picture. I think because of that, there have, since Marx's death, always been people who were inspired by him and didn't think that the disasters of trying to implement Marxism were enough of a deterrent and decided to try to adapt Marx to their own political environment. So the practice of doing that, of taking Marx and adapting him, not taking him literally word for word, is called neo-Marxism. But
well, I would say, yes, as neo-Marxism, he's not incorrect, but it does move on to postmodernist Marxism, but he does actually cover this.
Don't call themselves neo-Marxists. They tend to...
Because 100 million people have died so far under Marx, and even wee nippies trying to push it with a wee daft fist, and Laura Horseyface, Slater, and me, Gay Lenin, Moby the Marxists, are all trying to push this far-left ideology, not convinced that it doesn't work. No, it worked this time.
Just call themselves plain Marxists. So I'm going to use that word too, because it's shorter, and there's about 0 people trying to adapt Marx literally in the 21st century. And I don't know how to talk about neo-Marxists without feeling like I'm doing this. So I think wokeness is the result of a series of adaptations of Marx. And I think that there's a clear intellectual path we can follow to get us there. And I'm actually not aware of any alternatives. So if you have one, let me know, because I'm genuinely curious. But in the meantime, I'm going to lay out the path of adaptations as I understand it. I'm going to break it down into 3 major steps. The first was to expand Marx's ideas, which were at the time almost entirely about class, into the realm of culture. The first major influence for this came from this Italian man in the early 1900s, who argued that elites control culture.
Gramsci.
And that control they have over culture.
And his book was, what was that? Selections from the prison notebooks. And I think this predates the anarchist cookbook or whatever it was called.
Gives them a kind of dominating influence over the public and makes the public kind of complacent with whatever the agenda elites have for them. So in liberal capitalist society, elites within that society can use culture to essentially brainwash the public into not questioning.
So remember, if you've got control, so people will be brainwashed into the way they think about me because of the control of the media. And even if you look at Craig Murray having to go to jail as an older man because of Nicola Sturgeon, because he acted as a journalist and didn't just go with the Garivelli, Paul Hutchins, Peter the Plonker Smith type journalism, basically hacks for the political elite. He was put in jail, Craig Murray, for actually speaking up against Wee Nippy, maybe with her false or allegedly false sexual allegations against her former mentor.
Society. And that's why these revolutions that Marx predicted haven't been happening.
Yeah, because they know that a liberal democracy is better than the far left, although now the far left are trying to bring in cultural Marxism and push the Marxist agenda, which you'll bring on to, which is racist, in particular, racist and sexist against white men. This is where so they're racializing already. The racism is coming from the critical race theorists, the Marxist intersectional left, and that's why white people, this is where I brought up the word reverse racism. It's white communists who are actually blaming other white men for things that they've not done, even though they're white as well, but from a racist lens, that they're actually be able to push it. So that's why they're reverse racists, because they're white as well. But the white racist communists against other white men. That's what they are. You'll see it in a minute.
That Marxists need to get influence in culture. And
yeah, you should never give Marxists an inch. Don't never give them an inch. Kick them out of work. Kick them out of everything. They shouldn't be in universities. We should go through the university and kick every Marxist lecturer out.
In that cultural influence, they can use it to educate the public. And once that happens, then the public will rise up and revolution will happen. So the incorporation of Marxism into culture is called cultural Marxism. And no, that's not a right-wing anti-Semitic.
Cultural Marxism, a conspiracy theory with anti-Semitic twist. No, there was Jewish guys in the Frankfurt School, which she's going to rightly bring up as well, who did this as well. So everything that this guy's saying is correct from just a completely neutral perspective. No, I don't think this guy's anti-Semitic. He's just actually talking about historic political history.
Like buzzword. That's an actual academic word that people have been using for a long time. And if you don't believe me, go into Google Scholar and type in cultural Marxism. Cultural Marxism was then expanded upon, starting in the 20s and 30s, by the work of a think tank called the Frankfurt School, which was a bunch...
Don't forget, a lot of these guys are Jewish. Not all of them. I think there's some German communists there as well, but you can see that these guys are Jewish. And don't forget this also... The anti-white critical theory, this was critical race theory, they started to come in then at the same time. Now, I don't know what the interactions, because obviously this was anti-white and anti-male, that if there was any interactions between that and National Socialism, these guys were kicked out, which he doesn't cover in this, so I'm going to look at where they were kicked out to. I'm sure it was Columbia University.
A bunch of guys that basically set out to criticize and readapt Marx, after they saw that Marxism had failed to overtake...
This is after Marxism has killed 100 million people. And there was a lot of Jewish influence in the rise of... I think Lenin was part Jewish as well. And the rise in the Soviet Union as well. The leader of the communists in Germany at the same time of the rise of the National Socialists was also Jewish as well, and there was quite obviously the Frankfurt schools, obviously. So I don't know, because I'm not a historian at that precise time in Germany. The rise of we did cover it in history, but the rise of National Socialism, what the impact was on the rise of National Socialism from the Frankfurt School, I don't know any of this. I don't know that. I know they were kicked out. That's all I know.
Capitalism in Western
by the National Socialists
civilization, and they expanded upon these ideas of cultural Marxism, saying that the elites who control culture in all these different ways are the
corporatist globalists. So we'll call them the corporatist globalists. So the corporatist globalists and the control the what's happening with this. This is being controlled by the Marxists.
Oppressors, and regular people who are subject to the impositions of this culture are the oppressed. And the culture they're critiquing is liberal culture. So they're saying that liberal culture is basically forcing people into these boxes of how it wants them to behave and how to think. So it's controlling their thoughts.
I would have said it was the reverse. I think liberal culture is the reverse of that, and it's an open society where other people who have got different views are allowed to express themselves.
Controlling their behavior. And they say this all has a dehumanizing effect that makes them not be able to think outside the system and to be less alive. I think the main contribution...
And answer this question. Which liberal democracy would you prefer to live in America, or would you prefer to live in the USSR? What communist, socialist, stroke, Marxist country would you prefer to live in comparative to a Western liberal democracy or with liberal values? Would you prefer to live in Cuba, or would you prefer to live in the UK or America? That's an open question, so I'm not going to answer it for you.
Of the Frankfurt School was to take these types of critiques and place them in a modern, updated American framework.
So basically, these Jewish guys from the Frankfurt School wanted to tear down Western culture, Western traditions. Now this is what's called, the Marxists are calling white... a racist system. It's not the fact that it is a racist system, it's the fact that the Marxists want to tear down Western democracy, and Joe Biden on the telly is saying, oh yeah, it's much better to be an autocrat like Winnie the Pooh or Putin.
Working out of New York at the time and mostly critiquing American culture. So that gave people on the left in America access to these kinds of critiques. And on top of that, they wove in these radicalizing arguments for the left, like this book, which tried to redefine authoritarianism as something that not anyone can be capable of.
Well, we already know that National Socialism, Marxism, communism, all of them are authoritarian. As a libertarian, I oppose all forms of authoritarianism, including Marxism. If you look at Antifa, they only oppose certain types of authoritarianism. I oppose all types of authoritarianism, including the extremes of the far left and Antifa, who I do recognise as libertarian, communists and socialists, but they then, by the use of violence, become authoritarian themselves.
But something that only the right is capable of.
That's absolute nonsense, isn't it? That's just nonsense. It's just absolute garbage. This is what happens if you set yourself up as a professor. You think you can't get challenged.
They're a hugely influential piece, which argued that tolerance, in the traditional sense of being tolerant of people you disagree with, actually serves to protect oppression happening in society. And as an alternative,
listen to this.
He proposes liberating tolerance. And what is that? It's to be intolerant of people on the right and extra tolerant of people on the left.
So, and I've seen that creeping into our society, and I think this has been taught in our universities or somewhere in the schools. But I already know there's critical race theory being pushed by Nippy into our schools, but I can see this actually happening in Scotland, but this shows how simplistic it's a left and right thing, but it's not a left and right thing, because you've got authoritarianism and libertarianism as well. So it's larger than just a dichotomy of left and right. And obviously it doesn't talk about the centre where the Liberals would be. But what this is the extreme left want to bully everybody who doesn't agree with them. So everybody then becomes far right. Any of the Liberals, everybody becomes far right comparative to the left who have killed 100 million people.
So he's advocating against free speech for people on the right.
So the globalists, the five main parties, accept that the anarchists and the communists allow for violence. If you remember, it was catch and release for BLM and Antifa from George Soros having bought off the DAs in America. He had corrupted them, and then regardless of the violence, the Antifa and Black Lives Matter. So Soros is a corporatist globalist, and he then interfered with the judicial system by bringing on DAs in America who did catch and release for the violence of Antifa, which again has been pushed by Soros, obviously from a Jewish origin, and these guys are from a Jewish origin. I don't know if there's a connection from Judaism, because I've not read anything about Judaism, but I don't know what the connection is between communism and Judaism, and why it's always Jewish people that are pushing it to destabilise things. Maybe it's the instability allows the corporatist globalists to take advantage and buy things from the instability of the workers. Maybe that's it. You think it's for the money, and how they can exploit a situation of instability that's been pushed. And what critical race theory would do is pit whites and blacks against each other, not based on actual history.
And he's saying to enforce this.
Well, let's see Officer Tatum. This was great. Loved the Officer Tatum. Where are you, Officer Tatum? Officer Tatum! Oh, here we go. That's a good one. So...
This video is brought to you by Quest Microsystems. Quest Microsystems, get the link in the description section. Let me give you a quick explanation of what Quest Microsystems does. Obviously, your boy here is a spokesperson. Mission that's non-lethal. This gives, pick something, about CO2 and this is something you want to pick. It's in the description section if you want it. And everybody knows, if you watch my channel at this point, you know CRT is of the devil.
So he's talking about critical race theory, which Nicola Sturgeon's pushing in Scotland. Brexit, mum destroys CRT at school board.
But it's good to see people step up and bring it to the attention of not only the school board, but bring it to the attention of people in America.
So this is Marxism. This is the Marxism. I'll come back to how it's been pushed through American universities in a second.
Exactly what they're facing with their children. People are trying to say CRT is not harmful. You're going to hear from a young lady who...
So Officer Tatum is taking it from the bottom, how it's now permeated through the system like a cancer, and how it's now affecting the individual.
Who's speaking, who's a part of Blexit in Tennessee. You're going to hear from her, and you're going to hear her just expose completely what they're doing in CRT. And she's black, and her children is black.
Not black, Officer Tatum.
And she's defending them because the CRT stuff is manic. Now,
this
let me talk a little bit about...
I'd just like to say this woman is correct on the money and correct in what she says, as is Officer Tatum.
Blexit, if you don't know what the heck Blexit is. So Blexit is a nonprofit foundation that was co-founded by me and Candace Owens. It is simply an educational foundation. Therefore, we can educate people and get them to be free thinkers, so to give them the information that they need, give them the knowledge that they need to be the best version of themselves and make decisions in their lives outside of politics. And even if it includes politics, the best, decisions that they can make based on the best information that's made available. So we go out around the country. We do, stuff in almost every state. I mean, we have chapters all over the country. If you are interested in figuring out if there's a Blexit chapter in your particular community, just go on to blexitfoundation.org, and then you can look up and see if we have a chapter in your city. We operate all around the country. So with that being said, you can get more information on that at another time. However, y'all need to hear what this mama said, because I played a daddy talking, which black fathers in the community is an invaluable force. But I want you to hear from what a mother is saying about her children and how this critical race theory is detrimental
So this is all from the Marxist the other fellow that we've just jumped from. But I knew this was relative. This is how it's, as I said, this is how it's now being used. The Marxism is now permeated and being pushed by dopey Joe Biden and the doughballs in the Democrat Party.
I'll be taught at schools. Without further ado, roll the film.
My name is Fallon Clark, and I am representing Blessed Tennessee.
Yeah.
Gonna hop right in. So, CRT, for such a complex, controversial topic, I have a very simple question. Why? What is the purpose? What does it solve? What does it actually teach? Imagine two childhood friends, Jenny and Sharon. They've been friends since they were 2 years old, sharing everything: birthdays, sleepovers, and a number of
it's actually agitating me. I was sort of very neutral and everything, but this whole thing is. You can feel it building up, the actual, which it wasn't before, but it builds up sort of antagonistic feelings, and that's what in myself. I can feel it in myself where it wasn't before. Maybe under President Trump, I didn't have any of these feelings, and it's already permeating and agitating me. Maybe also the other things that have been written about me by the Hatchet Press that we've got in Scotland.
They grow up and enter the public school system where CRT is being taught. Jenny is reminded she's white and learns about the atrocities committed to maintain her white privilege. And Sharon is reminded she's black and every shortcoming and challenge she faces is because of Jenny's white privilege.
That's exactly what it is. I don't want to hear it. Like, nobody can tell me anything different.
Well, you're correct, Officer Tatum. That's exactly what it is.
Without them being disingenuous and lying about.
But why? But I think you're missing the question. Why are they trying to do it, Officer Tatum? Why are they? You're correct in your synopsis, but why are they trying to do it? That's the question that you're not possibly asking, which is the most important. Why are they pushing this nonsense? Which everything you're about to say is correct.
About it, but pretty much CRT is saying that specifically, that it's all about white privilege and all about the war of the white man.
But this has been pushed by Jewish people. I mean, obviously the Frankfurt School, they were predominantly, not exclusively, but predominantly Jewish. And I'm not saying this is happening with all Jewish people, but why are they trying to push this anti-white agenda and trying to almost antagonise white and black relations? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Who've been holding everybody down this whole time, no matter where you come from, no matter if you were poor white, no matter if your family migrated here after slavery was over, no matter if your family were a part of the abolitionist movement, no matter if your family lived in the North that never supported slavery.
If your family were British and they actually helped stop slavery worldwide.
Even if your family lived in the South and never supported slavery.
Or if you've been in Scotland and there was not any slaves in Scotland.
Never owned a slave. Somehow, you are responsible. It doesn't matter even if you were black.
But this white guilt's been pushed by, we can already see in Scotland, by the five main parties and the press hacks that they've got because of the corporatist globalists. So we already know what's happening.
Your black family were in Africa, and they were the ones who sold the slaves all around the world.
And the Muslims, don't forget the Muslims. I don't know how prominent the Muslim element of the transatlantic slave trade, but we know the Muslims were in the white slave trade and the East African slave trade. More prominent, but I don't know how prominent comparative to other non-Muslim slave sellers this was as well. But obviously Islam is Muhammad was a rapist and a sexual slave trader. And promoted that.
We don't want to talk about that. Or if your family was the lineage of Anthony Johnson, who was the first legal slave owner, or the lineage
who was black. I don't think, or not black. Sorry, I keep saying black. I shouldn't say that. Who was African American. So I'll just go back. This guy who he's talking about, he didn't actually say, but he's African American, the first slave owner.
We don't want to talk about that. Or if your family was the lineage of Anthony Johnson, who was the first legal slave owner, or the lineage of other black people who owned black slaves in the South, in America.
I think Officer Tatum's been watching the Guerilla TV channel. Which he's correct in everything he says. He just missed out Islam and the prominence of Islam in the transatlantic slave trade and prominence of the what's his name, Farrakhan talks about Jewish involvement in the slave trade. I don't know what that is. I don't know. Farrakhan. The wicked one's Jewish. I don't know any of this involvement in slavery. Now, yeah, I think I think he's a Muslim. I'm not sure, but he certainly is a free speaker. Southern slavery, Jewish involvement.
But now look at this. 1863 was the Emancipation Proclamation, right?
I don't know if this is good I don't know if this is good history or bad history from Farrakhan, or if this is pushing an anti-Semitic agenda. I don't know, because this is the first time I've seen it, and I haven't followed any of Minister Farrakhan's teachings. I only sort of heard him being critical of Jewish involvement in the slave trade, and I don't know what the Jewish involvement was in the slave trade.
1865, we're supposed to be free. 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. Now, bless your heart, we are all citizens now. Something went wrong, because after 12 years, from 1865 to 1877, 12 years, white folks said, quote, if the Negroes leave the land, we don't have nobody to work the land, and that's how we get our money. So we had to find a way to put the blacks back on the land. Listen to this. It's called the Compromise of 1877. This compromise can easily be listed among the most significant events in Black American history. The country was in an uproar over the disputed election of 1876 involving presidential rivals Rutherford B. Hayes and Samuel J. Tilden. But the root of the conflict was once again the fate of the black man. Since emancipation, the North had placed troops in the South to keep the whites from putting the freed blacks back into plantation slavery. But after 13 years of this so-called Reconstruction, whites all over the country, North and South, had grown tired and angry over fighting each other over the rights with their ex-slaves. Both parties, Republican and Democrat, convened at the Wormley Hotel in Washington, D.C. to attempt to resolve the conflict. And on February 26th, 1877, a deal was struck that would profoundly affect the course of history for black people in America. All agreed that the country's need for cotton required that blacks be returned to virtual slavery and assigned to permanent political, social, and economic inferiority. You with me? All right. Let me get my papers here. Oh, yeah. Tell me I lost my papers now.
Easily me.
But it don't make no difference. Laws. Now, Jim Crow started with a white minstrel. You know, he was a dude that would put on blackface and make mockery of us in dances, you know. No, we ain't got to Joseph yet. But he was imitating us, and it was called Jim Crow. So Jim Crow became the name that was used.
I'm not skipping along because I don't want to hear it. It's actually quite interesting. I didn't know any of this.
His entire speech to Congress is significant in the history of black-Jewish relationship of the black man and woman in America, and this is what makes this event extremely significant in the history of black-Jewish relationships. Now, putting us back on the plantation, it was so skillfully done, but did you know that when they let us out of slavery, we were all the tradesmen? White folk didn't do that kind of work. Now listen to this. You remember James Weldon Johnson, the great poet that wrote the Black National Anthem? Listen to what he said. All the most interesting things that came under my observation were being done by colored men. They drove the horse and mule teams, they built the houses, they laid the bricks, they painted the buildings and fences, they loaded and unloaded the ships. When I was a child, I did not know that there existed such a thing as a white carpenter or bricklayer or painter or plasterer or tinner. The thought that white men might be able to load and unload the heavy drays of the big ships was too far removed from everyday life to enter my mind. It was indeed said that if a white man were even seen in public doing any form of skilled labor, he would draw a crowd of gawking onlookers. Now just think about this. Noted Southern writer Thomas Nelson Page concurred. The black man, he said, was without a rival in the entire field of industrial labor throughout the South. 95% of all the industrial work of the southern states was in his hand, and he was fully competent to do it. Every adult was either a skilled laborer or a trained mechanic. 95%. Did you know that slaves were on loan to Washington to build the White House, to build the Capitol building, to build the Lincoln Memorial? White folk weren't the builders. The jobs building, moving north to build on the plantation. Well, Rothschild had an agent called August Belmont. His real name was Schoenberg. But like many do, they changed their names. Rothschild's representative in America changed his name from Schoenberg and managed Rothschild's investment in slave-produced cotton, tobacco, and other products. The famous Belmont Stakes horse race is named for him because he was an avid fan of horse riding.
Interesting. It's fascinating what you find out. It's
now
listening to So I would like to. I don't think that's actually. It's quite interesting knowing the involvement. I would like to. I should actually try and find out
historical research department called Negroes at Auction. I sent it to Mr. Abraham Foxman of B'nai B'rith.
So I'm not sure what the involvement is with. I'm not going to go through it. We might actually go through the involvement of Judaism into what he's talking about. I don't really know anything about what he's talking about with Jewish involvement in the slave trade. So I'll need to go and research that. I don't want to say too much. I've not researched it. But he obviously thinks that there's an issue there. So let's go back to Officer Tatum.
You know, we can't talk about that. You know, we don't want to put that in the forefront. It's pretty much, you know, bad black white person, and then black man, woman, you'll never be anything because of the white person. How is that conducive for a relationship? She does finish and explain this very well.
Tension.
Bad black white person, and then in America, you know. Talk about that. Or if your family was the lineage of Anthony Johnson, who was the first legal slave owner, or the lineage of other black people who owned black slaves in the South, in America, you know, we can't talk about that. You know, we don't want to put that in the forefront. It's pretty much, you know, bad black white person, and then black man, woman, you'll never be anything because of the white person. How is that conducive for a relationship? She does finish and explain this very well.
Tensions rise, hostility creeps in, and just like that, the friendship is over. Now, perhaps my example is a little extreme, but not too far-fetched. It actually sounds familiar. Children don't see race until you and I show it to them.
True.
So I can tell you what CRT teaches. Critical race theory does nothing but perpetuate the same narrative. It plants the same seed of divisiveness.
Yes.
So why do you want to keep telling the same distorted and divisive story, and especially to our children in the form of education?
That's a good question. Anybody that advocate for CRT, if you're a teacher or whatever the case may be, if you advocate for CRT, I need you to, in the comment section, answer that question. Why? What is the point and purpose? And the funny thing is, the father in the last video
I'll answer it. The purpose is divisiveness and the promotion of Marxism. The underlying political concept, Officer Tatum, which we're about to go back and address in a second, is Marxism. So that's where it comes from. It comes from Marx's critical race theory, which I'm going to go back and actually cover in a second. So that's where it's coming from, being permeated through by the globalists, through the Democrats, through dopey Joe Biden.
You know, he pretty much, you know, explained that CRT is in a legal realm. This is something in law school that they would teach
This is from the Marxist principles. It's permeated, and I'll even show you how it's permeated through America, where it came from, how it came over, where it's permeated. I'll skip on to something else when we go back to this other fellow. So I'll even show you how it's permeated. How about that? How do you like those apples? How do you like the fact that you've got Marxist teachers in your universities teaching kids Marxist theory? And that's happening here in the UK.
It should remain. It's not meant to be taught outside of the context of the legal justice system.
No, it is. This is meant to permeate through your society to change and permeate revolution. That's why Antifa and BLM have been supported by George Soros. And that's why it's permeating through your society, through the DAs being corrupted and just letting out people who are committing terrorist acts against civilians. It's there.
It's not meant to be taught that way. Whether the theory is realistic or not, it's still not meant to be taught by people who are not educated on it.
It is meant to be taught. It's meant to be pushed by the Marxists to divide and rule. It is totally, that is the perspective. That's a great guy. If you want to know why Hitler was a socialist, that's fantastic. If you're going to go on my Twitter, I'm sure I had it here. There it is there. It's in the Daily Mail. This is we can see the corporatist globalists through Soros. Soros is not working alone. Mail Online. Oh, come on. Billionaire George Soros donates $1 million to racial justice organisation seeking to defund the police. The Hungarian-born American philanthropist donates £1 million to the Colour of Change PAC on the May the 14th, according to Federal Election Commission records. The PAC refers to itself as the nation's largest online racial justice organisation. The amount Soros donated was his most generous in 2021 and supported the organisation's efforts to minimise police budgets. It is his latest donation among a cluster of financial contributions towards groups or candidates that advocate for defunding the police. In February, Soros donated £2 million to Los Angeles District Attorney George Gascon's campaign. By the articles by Sandra Salsi from the Daily Mail. Billionaire and investor George Soros recently provided a generous donation to racial justice organisations, that's a bit sketchy, that supports defunding the police. The Hungarian Jewish-born American philanthropist donated £1 million to the Colour of Change PAC on May the 14th, according to the records from the Federal Election Commission. The PAC refers to itself as the nation's largest online racial justice organisation, calling for de-investing from the dismantling the system that unjustly harms black people. Soros, so this is basically, I mean, I think 9 people were killed, unarmed black people were killed in America. So, and there seems to be quite a large number of people, black people, going to jail. So, there's definitely an issue to be looked at. But just like here in the UK, which is definitely not racist to black people, there seems to be a lot of murders happening in the UK as well. By black on black crime, which Candace Owens touched on again. Soros routinely backs Democratic congressional candidates and attorney generals and has made a string of financial contributions towards groups and candidates that advocate the defunding of police, which I doubt very much is going to be good for the black community, considering there's so many black on black crimes that are happening. The most worrying thing, I would say, I think Candace Owens covers this. Candice. Oh, is it this one? No. Let's see. Here's the filters. Wonder if it's in the history. Oh, yeah, here it is.
So let's start with where America is right now. We're watching, as we speak, major riots in Kenosha, Wisconsin. We've seen major riots in Seattle. We've seen major riots in Portland, in LA, in Washington, D.C., in New York City, in Chicago. Virtually every major city, all Democratic governed, has broken into extraordinary levels of rioting and looting. The media have informed us that all of this is apparently a good thing, that this is changing America in a positive way. Barack Obama suggested at the DNC that the protesters are really doing something wonderful, and the media have conflated the protesters with the rioters and with the looters. So I want to get your overall opinions, first of all, on the Black Lives Matter movement, because it seems to me that Black Lives Matter can mean 3 separate things, and there's been an attempt to conflate all of them. 1, the inarguable proposition that black people matter. 2nd, the idea that Black Lives Matter as an organization is good, which seems crazy. And 3rd, that America is systemically racist and evil. And I've yet to see exactly how the Black Lives Matter movement, which seems to stand for... But this is not to do with this. This is just to promote communism and instability. That's what instability, then communism, that's what this is to do with. Both the organization and the idea that America is evil. How is that making America better? Do you believe that what's going on right now in America and has been going on since the death of George Floyd has made America better in any way?
I mean, I think I've kind of made myself a staunch adversary of the Black Lives Matter movement. It is the antithesis of everything that I believe in as an American, first and foremost. And no, yeah, they're operating under the guise of something that's common sense. Black Lives Matter, and they're doing nothing to prove or to show that Black lives matter to them because they don't care about Black lives. We know that all across America, in major cities, Black crime rate has gone up, Black homicide rate has gone up. Black people are dying because of Black.
Yeah, because I don't think they care.
Black Lives Matter activism, people burning down and looting Black neighborhoods, taking away Black jobs. So I hate everything to do with Black Lives Matter, and I have used my platform and my voice to speak out against what is ultimately a big lie, right? This is all built upon the idea that Black Americans are being gunned unarmed by police officer. We're just peacefully,
I think there's 9 people, I think she's about to say this.
Up doing our business, and a police officer sees us and they come up to us and they want to shoot us and they want to kill us, and that's a lie. If you are genuinely concerned about Black lives, if I was going to be fearful in America, I would be more afraid of a Black person, a Black male, a Black perpetrator than I would be of a white person or a white police officer. Going by the statistics, we kill our own people way faster than any other person. I actually say this, and it's controversial. If you are truly, sincerely a white supremacist in America, the best thing you could do is do nothing and let Black America tend to itself. Because what we do to ourselves, right, when left unattended to ourselves, is way worse when you look at the statistics than allowing any other group to come in and try to do anything to us. And that's including, of course, police officers who are not killing Black Americans for no reason.
The main pitch, it seems, of the Democratic Party these days is that America is systemically racist. According to the 1619 Project, America was rooted...
Which should be questioned if it's an underlying Marxist organisation.
In racism.
Like Hope Not Hate in the UK.
America's a 400-year story of nothing but the foundations of racism being carried out in every aspect of American life. So how much do you think that racism is actually an obstacle to Black Americans living today? Not in 1960 when Jim Crow, not in 1860 when slavery was a thing, but today in 2020 America.
It's not at all an obstacle to Black Americans today. It is just, there is no systemic racism, there is no law, there is nothing that says that I can't do something as a Black person that you can do. So it's completely false. What we're really talking about is the fact that people want to absolve themselves of personal responsibility. And we're being helped. If there's anything that's systemic in America today, it's white guilt. And that's the biggest problem that we have in America today is white guilt. It's been institutionalized, it's been politicized, politicians, white people feeling bad for themselves, and therefore allowing Black people and white people alike, Antifa, Black Lives Matter, to run around and act like
Marxists,
like toddlers. Right, so there's an emotional immaturity that is
Marxists now through the corporatist globalists, through Soros, to corrupt the DAs to allow this to happen.
It's happening in Black America and is spawned from the education system, which shapes you from the time that you are in kindergarten.
Through dopey Joe Biden, who doesn't know if it's New York or New Year, to promote Marxism in your schools.
To believe that because
racist Marxism.
Because you're Black, you can't in America. When you keep telling a child over and over again they can't because they won't. Right? They will begin to believe in their own futility. And this is the thing that I try to conquer, right? I try to go out there and I try to speak and I try to say the problem, if you want to talk about anything systemic, it's that white people keep allowing this false narrative to be perpetuated and won't allow Black Americans to get up onto their own 2 feet. And that really stems from, I would say, the mid-1960s, where Black America sort of took a shift away from the peaceful civil rights into this more, hardcore, militant Black civil rights of burning down your neighborhoods and looting and rioting because they didn't want to take steps to be personally responsible.
What if you could control the web?
Fascinating insight, and Candace is always on the money. So let's go back. So we've already seen their online petition states we know that policing doesn't keep us safe. I would have suggested that it was the opposite. Communities are desperately in need of things that keep us safe: housing, health, like investments in schools, jobs, affordable housing, parks, mental health services, community centres and libraries. Jobs, but you notice they don't say entrepreneurship or capitalism here. Obviously, from the Black Lives Matter anti-capitalist system, that these obviously think they're just going to come through. Jobs are just going to come through the state. So there we go, we're back to here. So we've already got this, it's already there. So back and go, Officer Tatum.
And it's to children who don't understand it either. So I'm going to let her finish.
I ask again, why? Does it help our lagging test scores? Does it equip our children with the tools needed to enter the real world? And by real world, I mean workforce and making a better living, financial literacy, and proper decision making. Does it teach our children to value one another regardless of skin color? Does it teach our children to take pride in our country, a country where a man can be a slave, come from nothing, yet give birth to a generation of children that have everything?
Oh my God. Come on, give her a round of applause.
I'll do it again.
I can't. I don't know what to say.
Here's me. Here's my applause. Here's my applause. What's happening here? You know. There you go.
I wish I had a mic drop sound effect because how can you argue with what she said? How? How in God's green earth can you argue with what this young lady said?
But if you don't understand where it's coming from, then you're not going to be able to change it.
How do you get mad and teach hatred towards a country that a man can be a slave and yet give birth to a generation of billionaires? Kanye West was just announced as the richest black man ever in history, worth billions with a B. How do you go from being a slave with no rights, treated like an animal, to being the wealthiest, one of the wealthiest people in the world? Wealthiest people in the world. And then there's tons of black millionaires and successful black individuals. Only in America can you go from that status in this country, and that's not every black person, but a group of black people that can go from that status in this country to breeding and setting forth life to black people that are doing incredible. The poorest black man in America is probably the top 1% earner around the world. Let me let her finish, and then I'll finish this video, because I can go on forever. But I'll let you watch the rest of this on your own time, but I wanted to finish.
I'm going to go on forever.
That's one.
I remember conversing amongst a group of black friends, and we all reflected on our own childhood and how black history was a small section in a history book comprised of only slavery, Jim Crow laws, and civil rights. Slavery ended in 1865. 146 years worth of information since then, and yet it's still enough.
Well, I can understand why they wanted Black History Month. That makes, expand the black experience in America. But I think there's more to the black experience than just that, especially through Roots and other things, other TV shows that have shown greater experience, things that are not being put on the TV.
Nothing but slavery, trauma, inferiority, and that's all the history anyone ever shoved in front of us. Again, why? What is the purpose?
God, this woman. I gotta have her on the show. I gotta have her on the show. Obviously, she's the Blexit connection, so I think I can get her on the show. I'm gonna shout out to Blexit, Tennessee. I need you on my show. Crucial questions. Why? Why do we only see black folks as slaves in this country? It's all beat down. The black man just don't have opportunity.
Well, I see Denzel Washington. I think he's great. It turns out, I used to watch. My experience coming from the UK and watching black people is probably not the same as what you're talking about. But I see like Denzel Washington. I love Denzel Washington. He's a great actor, nice guy as well, and there's tons of great black guys as well. Tom's, what's his face? Candace. I mean, I liked the guy in Star Wars who was Orlando. Who was the guy that was in charge of the floating city? I loved him in Star Wars. Wasn't too keen on the last three, mind you, but anyway.
You just get beat all the time. All the movies, all the propaganda is negative against black people. Keep talking.
CRT is not an accurate account of black history or American history for that matter, and it is imperative we do not allow it to pass as such. I'm sure everyone here is aware of the 2018 and 2019 state report card. That's the only one I can find available online. Less than 33% of Hamilton County students were found to read at grade level. When critical race theory is mentioned, the average individual cannot define it, and our children most certainly cannot define, let alone comprehend its complexities. I value teachers tremendously. My own father is an educator, but teachers are teachers, and they do not, and nor does anyone on the board replace the parents. Many of you may be thinking, CRT is banned in the state of Tennessee. This is not a problem in the Hamilton County School District. Well, I do have with me an assignment given to my son directly following the banning of CRT in our state.
They still push it.
He was provided with a banning article with a writing prompt. What is the importance of CRT in the public school system? This is a problem, and I would like to know it. The focus should be our core subjects that are not excelling in language arts, math, science, and social studies, with the addition of trades, work readiness, and financial literacy. And let's be clear, the fact we are not excelling in these subjects has nothing to do with race. My son's in the gifted program. He has a 4.0. He scored a 25 on the ACT as a sophomore with absolutely no prep. That leads me to the importance of school choice, and it's highlighted in the HCDE mission statement, the environment of our schools, and how all of this correlates with critical race theory. I grew up in Mountain, Tennessee.
I can't stop listening to this. I can't stop listening to it. I've never heard anybody lay it out this succinctly and brilliantly as this young lady.
Yes, very good.
I gotta keep, I'm sorry. Y'all can jump off the video, it's fine, it's on you. You can come back another time, you can skip through. I have to finish watching her statement because it's all important to hear. Roll the film.
Graduated from Mountain High School. At the time I attended, blacks made up 15% of the school population. Whites were dominant. As I reflect on my experience, not once did I feel inferior, as CRT suggests. Not once was I oppressed. The bar and expectations that were set at the time were for all students, regardless of race. I left the public school system and my family knowing I could accomplish anything, and my skin color was the very least of my concern. Fast forward to having a child who attended Orchard Middle and currently attends Brainerd High School. In both instances, he has been stereotyped, bar lowered, viewed as being at a disadvantage, and even labeled with phrases like, he's not like the rest of them, by an actual teacher.
Y'all got the wrong lady up here. Y'all messed up.
CRT would do nothing but reinforce this culture.
So what she's talking about is the difference between what was her experience through a liberal prism through her education at the time, and what this new racist Marxism, which again is very close to probably National Socialism.
Of inferiority and further alienate our black children. We must not teach children that any challenge. We must not teach black children that any challenge or burden that they may face comes from white people. We must not teach white children that they are the cause of the fight in Black America. We must teach all children, regardless of color, you are the writer of your own life, and any system set in place that threatens your dignity and freedom, you have the power to eliminate, one voice and one vote at a time. I urge you not to let CRT into our schools, stand firm on the Tennessee banning of CRT, and hold every single educator accountable who has the audacity to take matters into their own hands. Thank you.
Oh, God.
I would say they need criminalised and banned from teaching.
Sounds good. Do I got my? Yeah, I got the pad, boy.
I've spent centuries evolving with the world. Some changes made me strong.
Right, that's good.
He's not black, but even the only biracial kid in school, what does it matter? Every white kid is not the same. Just like it goes to an all-black school. I went to an all-black school. It was 99% black. We had a couple people sprinkled in there. Not every black person was the same. You had people who were wealthy, you had people who were poor, people selling drugs, people going to classes, doing their work like they're supposed to, you had people playing sports, people that didn't play sports. I mean, even in an all-black school, there was a diversity of people and thoughts. Everybody wasn't the same. Color don't matter. Stop it. Stop it. Anyway, I'm out of here. I could talk for 45 more minutes, but I want you to watch the rest of my videos. Make sure you like and subscribe to this.
There you go. So, where did that go? Oh no, where did that go? Where am I? Oh, oh, look at this. Oh, where did that go? Oh my God, where am I? Where did the guy go? Come on. Where is this guy? Did I just... Oh no! I've lost my place now. God damn it. Oh. Yeah, here we go. Hopefully we get it back over in the same place.
People can go outside the law if they need to, and even use violence if they need to.
So we've now got the Islamists who are using mob violence, if you remember down in Battle in Spain, and we've also got now the Marxists being controlled, both being controlled by the corporatist globalists, the Lib Lab Con Party, allowing these people to do this and actually facilitating them through the DA in America, through George Soros. We can actually see where the chain is.
Since he questions the effectiveness of nonviolence, speculating
so
that
it's
Gandhi's
okay to be violent. So these Jewish guys from the Frankfurt School saying it's okay to be violent to promote, which we already knew through Marx anyway. He wanted violent revolution, which we saw through Sacha Johnston wanting black militias in London for some reason. I don't know why, but this is obviously pushing the violent overthrow of society, and this is what these Jewish intellectuals, just like although Marx wasn't a Jewish, he came from a lineage of Jewish people. I don't know what the connection is between Judaism and communism. I don't know why they always continually want to overthrow Western liberal democracies. I don't know, to produce this cancer, which has always been cancer every place it's actually been pushed through.
success of it may have been a fluke.
And now they seem to be wanting to aggravate race and gender, which this guy's just about to talk about.
So this was basically the early intellectual version of the Antifa handbook, and also just a broad intellectual justification for the censorship of the right by people on the left while labeling it progressive. I know it's hard to...
Regressive. Just Marxist. Let's not talk about thingy. Just call it racist Marxism.
Imagine that these types of academic works can really have that much of an influence on reality. But you have to realize this guy was very popular at the time, especially on college campuses. He had a kind of...
So I'm going to stop here. So this is a guy. So I don't know if I can bring it up. So I remember I said the rise of National Socialism. The rise of National Socialism and
I'm Marge.
I'm Melissa.
I'm Victor.
And this is my personalised weekly minute.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to do this sort of short overview. In doing the German series, one of the schools I thought of covering was the Frankfurt School, also the Vienna Circle. And there's just so much German philosophy as the conclusion to the series suggested that you just can't do it all. There's just too much there. So I did look at the Frankfurt School, thought about doing it, decided not to. Time is an issue. World War I is over. A mass upset catastrophe. Revolution in Russia. So the communists have taken over in Russia. Now the problem with this is, for the Marxists, the one country everybody was sure you couldn't have a communist revolution was in Russia, because they didn't have a developed industrial proletariat, because they were, primarily a peasant working society. And so they thought, well, Russia is too backwards to have the revolution, but hey, presto, they have the revolution, and so great. So war's over. If you're a Marxist thinker, you think, here comes the revolution to the rest of Europe. And there were movements and, unrest and strife and all this, but basically, the revolution didn't happen. The revolution was postponed. And this is a real philosophical problem if you have a Marxist bent, because
So they want to destroy Western civilizations, and that's interesting why they were kicked out by the National Socialists. I mean, that's
what's supposed to be inevitable. The rules of history was
that at a critical juncture, the proletariat would rise up and take over, and they'd launch the, Marxist communist paradise of the future. Well, when this doesn't happen, you have to say, why? Why didn't the revolution happen? It's very much like waiting for the second coming of Christ, right? What do you do when he never shows up?
You then make it racist and sexist communism.
It's supposed to be coming anytime, but you got to figure out, why isn't he coming, what's going on? It's the same thing with the Marxist revolution. It never seems to quite arrive, and so you got to go, if you're a committed Marxist thinker, which most of the Frankfurt School thinkers are or were at that time, then you've got to say, well, what's going on? And so at the Institute for Social Research was this independent thinking, basically a think tank research institution in Germany, in Frankfurt, and so then it's Frankfurt School. And you have some key figures. I'll just mention some names. There's more people, but you can go Horkheimer, Adorno, very crucial. They published some books together. They're there. And then later on, you have Marcuse, which we'll mention because he's, probably of them all, perhaps the best known. I'm not sure. It depends on where you're getting your philosophy from. So, by the way, this is late 20s going into the 30s. So they start pondering this problem, and they're like, okay, well, where's the revolution? What happened? And sort of to simplify, they're going, okay, capitalism has sort of messed up the minds of the workers. The workers are not able to come to the intellectual.
I think the workers probably found it better to actually be under a liberal society, a free liberal society, than they would have done an authoritarian Marxist society. I think that's what they basically deduced from themselves.
Recognition of their plight that they need to because of the structure of capitalism. So it's sort of holding them down. Their minds can't get there. One of the things they emphasize, I think Horkheimer in particular, is capitalism says you should focus on your individual wealth, when what you really should be doing, according to the Marxists, is focusing on the well-being and wealth of your community, of the people.
That's exactly what Nicola Sturgeon said in TED Talks. That's exactly the principles that she said. It's not the country's wealth, it's the individual's wealth. It's the society's wealth. That's exactly, she basically took it out of Marxism.
People who were like you, basically the rest of the working class. And so because of that, they call it, you have this sort of false ideology or this false concept of the world where you're misunderstanding how the world really works because of the ideology that's being fed to you by capitalism. One of the things I think one of the obvious errors of this idea is they sort of miss the rise of the sort of winning, the middle class wins, right? No one sort of planned that. The people who loved capitalism, the people who hated capitalism, none of them thought, well, the middle class is just going to win. That seemed like the most absurd possible outcome, but sort of seems to be what happened more or less. So they have this concept, and so they're really thinking about it.
So the COVID virus has managed to destroy businesses, destroy even better than Black Lives Matter or anything else by getting locked in your house. So the COVID has managed to destroy capitalism and the middle class, and that's probably a greater opportunity for the Marxists to actually create the revolution.
They have this idea that you need philosophers and thinkers, and what they become to critical studies or critical theory. You want to do things to help raise the consciousness of the workers, to help bring them
now they're looking for race consciousness as well. Remember that? So they're trying to now change it from workers' consciousness to try and agitate race consciousness, basically racism. These are although these guys might not have been the initial racists, the perversion of this probably from the Paris school has probably perverted into racism, which will go back to the other previous one.
Place where they can understand their plight, and hence launch the revolution, and hence, boom, history's off and rolling again. Great. So they saw the research and philosophy and critical theory as a means. It was a practice, right? It was something that you did to help change the world,
I don't know how benign or how deliberate their perversion was to actually overturn liberal democracies, but I don't think any of that could have been good or beneficial for the individuals that were in the liberal democracies. These seems to be subversives.
In the world, right, to get the revolution rolling, to get the working classes rising up, to help people free their minds. And that was all well and good until, of course, in the 30s. Several of the thinkers are Jewish, and they're all very Marxist, and so, this is not a popular combination if you're in Germany.
So this is where they're going to talk. So what is the combination between Marxism and Judaism? What is? I don't know. I actually don't know the question to that. Why is there so many Jewish Marxists?
30s, and so
this is up to the rise of National Socialism.
Came to the United States. There weren't that many. A handful of them come to the United States, 10 or so, but Marcuse, Adorno, Horkheimer, they all come to the United States. They're here briefly during the war, and then they all return to Europe except for Marcuse, who stays in the United States and has sort of a prominent intellectual career in the 60s and 70s. But again, there's diversity in the school, all kinds of things. But I think the core of it, if you stick there, you can say they saw culture as an important sort of, I don't know if a battleground is probably too dramatic, but it's an important space that had to be worked on so that people's minds could function correctly. And that therefore you could liberate them and they could recognize that they belong to a collective mass and that the Marxist revolution would then take place. Although later, as you get later into the 50s, 60s, and 70s, their thinking changed and Marxism sort of fades a bit and the general sense of the well-being of the people comes to the fore. And it's a complex dynamic with all kinds of disagreements inside of it. But I think that's the core of it really, is that they thought that people had this false consciousness, false misunderstanding of the world, that it was, the ideology is miseducating people.
And this is not just permeated through America, but this has also permeated academia in the UK as well.
Cultural ideology, and so you got to fight back against that and provide a critique that says, oh, hey, this is what's really going on. So
this is now that all Western societies are based on racism. It's a racist ideology and just to destroy liberal democracies. That's what this objective is.
So after the war, then of course most of these thinkers go back to Europe and spend their time there writing, working, doing their research, and they were somewhat influential in some ways. Marcuse is somewhat influential in the United States. So, that's basically the arc. By the 70s, primarily gone. I mean, there was, it's not that they just, these movements don't end, this thought doesn't end, but, that line really had lost a lot of popularity. Post-structuralism is going to have nothing to do with this, Derrida deconstruction, not interested in approaching the critiques in the way they were, and that, sort of became much more popular, along with other movements also philosophically and culturally come to the fore. So, okay, that's the rough arc, right? That's where I did my research.
Right, so I don't know if I can get this up in Google. Let's see. Columbia University. So the permeation of critical theory, and then in turn, which we'll come back to and touch on this, critical theory and critical race theory, is that it went through New York. I don't know if we can see that. The Joel Coville's lectures on the Frankfurt School the night Brecht Forum highlighted that sometimes problematic relationships between left-wing intellectuals had to the mass movement. It would be safe to say that none of them ever resolved the theory prasum dictatum successfully. Moreover, none of them ever seemed to seemed that concerned about the problem. failure of the Russian Revolution to spread to the rest of the world, degeneration of the revolution and the rise of fascism, work class retreat. So after Hitler came to power, the Frankfurt School intellectuals came to the United States. Ironically, Adorno, the hater of popular culture, settled in Los Angeles. Marcuse ended up in NYC, where he worked, where the work of the Frankfurt School was continued on a formal basis at Columbia University. So this is permeated. Joe mentioned that during the war, Marcuse consulted on Soviet studies with the OSS, the forerunner of the CIA after the war. Adorno and Hockenmeyer returned to Germany, where they also collaborated with American imperialism and on even more insidious basis than Marcuse. More about that later. So maybe they're working with the corporatist globalists. Lucas was the main intellectual influence on the Frankfurt School. His emphasis on the Hegelian dialectic undermining of Marx's thought was key to Adorno, Hockenmeyer, and Marcuse. The dialect, especially the critical or negative phase, was used to point out contradictions in the bourgeois society. As social critics, the Frankfurt School thinkers were peerless, especially in the cultural arena. Adorno was a master of high culture and wrote knowledgeable about classical music, trained as a composer. Adorno and Hockenmeyer collaborated in the dialectics of Enlightenment, while Muse wrote the eros of civilization. Now, I just wanted to point this out. So I don't know if this is where the permeation of this thought, including what had come out of the Paris schools, and the fusion of this, was then the permeation of this through the American system, with obviously other American Marxists. They seem to address the particular character of post-scarcity. We're not a post-scarcity world, although our economies were majorly destroyed because of the coronavirus lockdown, which is probably by the corporatist globalists. Capitalist society, like no other Marxist lecturer could. Marcuse's book predicted a rebellion in advanced capitalist societies based on needs and desires. This view, while a departure from conventional Marxist thought, did seem to correlate describe the principal impetus of the 1960s movements. So again, the 1960s would have been the Paris School as well. So I just wanted to bring in where this all sort of ties in. I'll leave that there. I won't take any more of that one. So, and this is obviously, you can see how much this is permeated through the actual societies. A lot of these would have been from the 40s. Now, I think this is probably about the 60s, and where this is actually permeated through academia.
Superstar intellectual kind of status, similar to how we think of like Zizek or Peterson or maybe Bell Hooks today. So this wasn't like some kind of obscure work that nobody read. But anyway, I'm just going to do one more because I'm trying not to make this section boring, and I'm not totally confident that I'm succeeding at it. This paper brought together the ideas of the Frankfurt School under the name critical theory. Critical theory compares itself to traditional theory, which is when people try to be objective in their examination of and interpretation of the world. Critical theorists, on the other hand, have their political goals in mind as they...
So basically this is not equality. This isn't treating people equally. This is about treating people with equity, so that it would be comparative to me, because there's no white males in the 100 meters, me saying, right, because there's no white males in the 100 meters final, this is a racist structure, and all these black, I don't think this, but this is where this has come. this is the only reason that all these black people, African people from wherever they are in the world, a lot of them from the West Coast, funnily enough, of Africa, are only there because of a racist structure in the Olympics. And regardless of my ability or anything else, because of this racist structure of only African Americans being in the 100 metres final, that I should be there as a white male because it's racist that it's only black people in the 100 metres final. That's the logic of these clowns. I mean, these are from the Jewish intellectuals from the Frankfurt School. So anything that doesn't equate equally is racist. So the Olympics 100 metre final, not because it's a meritocracy and these people are there deservedly regardless of their ethnic origins, it's just because it's full of black people, so it's racist. That's what they're saying. Not based on the how good or bad the individual is. And that's where Laura Slater of the Green Party said, it's great to have women, and it doesn't matter how good you are, it doesn't matter if you're refusing to give interviews to the Guerilla TV channel. I'm a woman, and it doesn't matter if I'm not very good at politics. I should be there, not based on merit, but based on characteristics. And regardless if that could potentially make the society fail or not, that's what we should do. So I should just go along to the 100 metre final and say, I'm white, this is racist, this is a racist structure, there's too many African people of African descent here, I should be in here based on my skin colour, regardless of whether I'm going to get sub 10 seconds to compete with these gentlemen. That's this logic. So at the same time, Wee Nippy wants open immigration policy and bringing in critical race theory so that the people that will suffer will be the indigenous male population that she's not produced any children for. So this is where we're at with Wee Nippy's I'm not a nationalist policy.
They work through academia. So they don't say what they think is objectively true. They say, if they're critical theorists, what they need to say in order to reach their political goals.
Is that not Nicola Sturgeon? Is that not Nicola Sturgeon? Tell me it's not Nicola Sturgeon.
So this is planting the seeds for the death of objectivity in leftist academia and giving intellectual justification for people to work in academia as political agents. So what are the goals they said academics should be aiming for? To adapt Marx and transform us into the right kind of society. What kind of society is that? A society where there's no exploitation or oppression. A society where
the communist and socialist societies have been the most oppressive, the less free, and the most unjust societies in the world.
Justice is abolished. The second,
social justice. So again, that's not justice. That's justice on their terms.
The major stage started in the 60s when this cultural Marxist framework was adapted by evident politics movements.
This is a scene that a typical
so racist movements. So if you can imagine Marxism being adopted by identity. Let me just go back. Identity politics movements, right? So that's like the Ku Klux Klan adopting Marxism on white nationalist grounds. That's basically what they're saying. They're basically talking about racist Marxism, which is not that far from National Socialism.
The second major stage started in the 60s when this cultural Marxist framework was adapted by evident politics movements. At the time, there was a huge resurgence of interest in Marx, especially among young people, and the activism that came out of that is broadly referred to as the New Left. And the leader of the New Left is mostly thought to be Marcuse, who wrote Repressive Tolerance, who I was just talking about. So he was working at the same time that this stage was starting, so the timelines are a little bit blurred together. Anyway, this is the time period where critical race theory was developed, which took critical theory and integrated it into a racial framework. Critical race theory presumes that unfavorable differences in group outcomes come from racial oppression, and as a solution wants to end racial oppression among a broader goal of wanting to end all forms of oppression, which also puts us in a world where the First Amendment is attacked on the grounds of being a protection mechanism for racial oppression.
So, but I mean, the Marxists have murdered 100 million people. I don't know how oppressed you could actually not be to actually not get murdered by a Marxist a regime. So, the Marxists are the most oppressive, not the liberal democracies.
Around the same time, second wave feminism showed up as an alternative to the more liberal first wave that came before it.
So, first wave feminism is liberal, second wave is Marxist. Again, with the adoption, we Moby was talking about his with the LGBT community, the fact that his involvement would have been a Marxist involvement in the LGBT community. And I'm talking about the LGBT community as the Marxist wing of the greater gay and bisexual and whatever community, the actual gay people who are not Marxist, and the LGBT community, which is.
And the basic Marxist contribution to that was to take Marx's idea of the proletariat breaking free of their chains and seizing the means of production from the bourgeoisie, taking that and replacing it with women, breaking free of the shackles that men have put on them, and...
I think the only shackles that society's put them on is Islam with their sexual slave trade.
Empowering each other to rise up and smash the patriarchy.
Smash the patriarchy. We've got Nicola Sturgeon in charge in Scotland and a female queen. I think it's a matriarchy, not patriarchy. And she's not very good. So, I mean, I don't know how you want me to dress her up. So if they've smashed the patriarchy by having Nicola Sturgeon in, and she's been a disaster. So, I don't know if that's a good thing. I'm not saying all women are not going to be competent as First Minister of Scotland, but on each individual policy, we could go through health and everything else. Nicola Sturgeon's been a disaster.
Happened around the same time. I think for a lot of people, it was just an opportunity to get respect and visibility for people who weren't straight. But if you look at the literature,
let me just go back here.
That and replacing it with women, Marxist contribution to that was to take Marx's idea of the proletariat breaking free of their chains and seizing the means of production from the bourgeoisie, taking that and replacing it with women.
So what they're doing is corrupting women, corrupting race, corrupting the LGBT community. So and that's why they want allies to bring in this Marxism. So when you hear somebody saying, "Are you wanting to be an ally?" you know that they're basically a Marxist.
Breaking free of the shackles that men have put on them and empowering each other to rise up and smash the patriarchy. The Gay Liberation Front happened around the same time.
We've got a matriarchy, so we've got a female First Minister and a female Queen. So we've got a matriarchy in charge just now. So I don't know how you would smash the patriarchy. And as Laura Horseyface Slater, the communist, said, the 45% now of females in the Scottish Parliament, whether or not they're good or not is yet to be seen.
I think for a lot of people it was just an opportunity to get respect and visibility for people who weren't straight. But if you look at the literature, like the manifestos that came out of it, it did have an explicitly Marxist wing to it.
So again, we can see the fist that wee Nippy was standing in front of, the fist that was beside the Vote Green party, the Marxist fist, the fist for Black Lives Matter, that's just the same fist painted black, so the red fist painted black for Black Lives Matter. So what they're trying to do is co-opt these organisations as front for pushing Marxism, and that's been allowed by our political class. And like the Green Party, although they say they're environmentalists, they're underlying a Marxist organisation. So second wave feminism Marxist, Gay Liberation Front Marxist. So all of these are pushing the Marxist, underlying Marxist agenda that's been pushed through the universities, and from the Frankfurt School originally, and also the Paris School in the 1960s.
Which called out various forms of systemic oppression, like straight supremacy, and call for various forms of...
So we've already got a declining birth rate, and we've got a number of homosexuals: Nicola Sturgeon allegedly, Ruth Davison, Moby, Kezia Dugdale, and these are the ones that are pretty much. I would say we've probably got a disproportionate number of homosexuals in the Parliament, and I don't know what they're doing. So they might have Marxist overtones, like this guy's alluding to, and quite a straight suppression that they're actually now hampering the reproduction because they're not reproducing either. But they're also now hampering reproduction of in Scotland.
Solidarity and collective action, and for ending freedom that allow these oppressive behaviors to occur, which would bring on a new free society. At this point, Marx has been adapted.
It's already a free society. There's nothing. You're not going to get a freer society under Marxism than a liberal society. It's just nonsense.
Times that he's pretty watered down, but the basic dynamic is still there. In Marx's writing, the power dynamics in liberal capitalist society necessarily means the bourgeoisie are the oppressors and the proletariat are the oppressed.
So the liberal capitalists, which is what I am, a liberal capitalist society, and I'm not part of a bourgeoisie, necessarily means the bourgeoisie are the oppressors. But to oppress is an adjective, so you would have to actually be physically going out and oppressing somebody. Or making rules that engaged in oppression. I think that's more coming from the left and the Marxist in society rather than that. And the proletariat are oppressed. Well, the way that the proletariat was actually booing the kneeling for Black Lives Matter because they knew it was the undertones were Marxist, being promoted by Gareth the Doughball Southgate, who has kicked a football about for 20 odd years. So I'm sure his political nuance is going to be absolutely massive.
In critical race theory, the power dynamics in white Western society.
But there's power dynamics in, so why is it just in white Western societies? Why are these Jewish people commenting on race on white Western societies? Western societies are predominantly white. But surely there's African societies that are the power dynamics, so and I don't think there's very many ethnic minorities over there. So
necessarily means white people are the oppressor. The power dynamics in white Western society necessarily means white people are the oppressors.
White people, the power dynamics in white Western societies means white people are the oppressors and non-white people are the oppressed, regardless of whether they're oppressed or not. This is just racism. This is anti-white racism that's come out of the Frankfurt School with these Jewish guys. So, or being subverted. So it was critical theory and now being subverted to be just racism. So by dint of being white or predominantly in white Western societies, the non-white people are oppressed, but you can just change that, and if people want to leave to be amongst their own, whatever that group is, white, you could just offer them to transfer if they're feeling oppressed. You could just say to them, look, the critical race Marxism says you're being oppressed here, although they might not be oppressed. Would you like to move to a country where you've came from or originated from if you're feeling oppressed here? So you could just say that to them, and then that way they could go back to wherever they've came from, and then they wouldn't be oppressed. Just like I came when I was oppressed in the Middle East. Well, I was actually oppressed to Scotland, where I come from. Then that dynamic doesn't work. Then, if that's the way they want to play it.
White people are the oppressed. In feminism, it became the power dynamics in patriarchal society.
So they're pushing this patriarchal society, although we've got a female first minister and a female queen, that is a patriarchal society, which is obviously not now. 45% of the the women in the Scottish Parliament are women, for 45% of the MSPs. So, but you could see Laura Slater pushing this Marxist patriarchal nonsense as well. And it's not about how good you are, it's about smashing the patriarchy. But obviously Islam is the most misogynistic patriarchal society that's going about just now anyway. So I don't know how that's going to balance up with what they're actually talking about here.
Necessarily means men are the oppressors and women are the oppressed.
So white men, so it's a white male society, even though that's not true. And so white men are the oppressors, regardless of whether they are or not, and everybody else is the oppressed. It's just absolutely racist, sexist nonsense, isn't it? That's exactly what it is from these Jewish people, not based on any actual conjecture. That would is like me saying all black people, all African Americans are drug dealers. That's what it would be like saying, which I don't think they are, but that's what this sort of theory is. All these people, all Jews are, which is where the National Socialists came. All Jews are guilty of promoting communism, so all Jews must suffer. That's exactly this. But the difference is that these Jewish men have brought in from the Frankfurt School. It's white men. It's the problem even in the societies where they're the majority, to bring forward a revolution to destroy the Western liberal societies and antagonise relationships between men and women, and also based on race as well. So non-white men are oppressed and women are oppressed, even though we've got a female First Minister.
And in queer theory, it became the power dynamic.
So straight white men are the problem, even though Nicola Sturgeon might be a lesbian. So Nicola Sturgeon might be a lesbian female who's in charge of Scotland, and she's promoting homosexuality in schools and suppressing white men in Scotland. Highest number of drug deaths as well. Killing people keeping people in lockdown, even though the coronavirus has got a small chance of death, and other things like cancer might kill you, and locking down the hospitals on the basis of that. Oh, come on.
Society necessarily means straight people are the oppressors and non-straight people are the oppressed. At the same time, we're seeing this distinct convergence.
And this, the critical theory, then led to the rise in that. It might not have led to the rise in National Socialism, but it obviously had some sort of impact. I don't know what the injunction would have been, or the exchange between the critical race or the critical theory at that point and the National Socialists. But obviously, the rise was the flip side of what the critical theory and eventually critical race theory was actually pushing. The white men, straight men, then rebelled obviously against this sort of thinking, and then it promotes a racist backlash against the racism that the critical race theory is now pushing.
That the problem is the system itself. So the solution calls for.
So the solution is to destroy liberal democracies by the neo-Marxists and use race, sexuality, and race, sexuality, and gender to actually overcome that. And then anybody that says the word ally is obviously underlying a Marxist. So that's where we need allies. Allies for what? Sasha Johnston, I hope she's getting better in school, saying she needs black militias in London to overturn the capitalist patriarchy we've got head of state that's a woman.
And climate action and spreading consciousness of the nature of this systemic oppression. And then once a critical number of people achieve that consciousness, they can rise up and revolutionize the system and achieve liberation. The third major change,
you are liberated, you're not liberated. You've got the freedom to do anything you want.
Was to tie all these movements together with the introduction of intersectionality, while dropping mentions of Karl Marx.
So we should just start calling it Marxism. Don't allow them, and 100 million people died. Just keep telling them it's Marxism and 100 million people died, and don't let them away with it. If National Socialism, this is just as bad as National Socialism. In fact, more people have died under Marxism and the pushing of this nonsense than anything else.
Leaving the language of liberation and systemic oppression. This happened in the late 80s and early 90s, with this being the landmark paper, which introduced intersectionality.
So Kimberly Williams Crenshaw. So this is the Marxist twat that brought this forward.
It's basically a rallying call.
And Bell Hook as well is a communist as well.
People to unite and also recognize each other's various forms of oppression. I don't know if it was a conscious PR strategy. Maybe they thought that they had to drop the name Karl Marx in order to have a chance of popularizing their movement. Or maybe Marx had been adapted and around for so long that his ideas were just so ingrained in the radical left that they weren't even consciously referencing him anymore. I don't know, but either way, this is the time period where the name Karl Marx started disappearing, at least in the published academic vernacular. But his ideas of liberation and oppression were still there.
Yeah, you're more liberated under liberal democracy than you are under any sort of socialist or communist or anything else type of scenario.
This idea of dividing society into two parts, oppressed and oppressor based on identity, yada yada. But in case you're not familiar, this is
oppressed and oppressor, white and non-white, male and female, and straight and not straight, and that's how they want to actually obviously pursue the conflict on those grounds.
Time period and the work that came out of it is considered the origin for what we think of as wokeness today. So woke people's ideology is directly based on the academic work.
Racist Marxism, racist, sexist, and straightophobic Marxism.
Coming out at this time. From what I can tell, Karl Marx as the origin for wokeness is something of an open secret that you're not supposed to say, with the occasional slip up.
We actually do have an ideological frame.
So this is Black Lives Matter. So Black Lives Matter are an openly communist organisation that Gareth, the doughball Southgate, was getting everybody to kneel for. So he was getting players to kneel for. I definitely wouldn't be kneeling for Marxism, and 100 million people have died under it.
Marxists.
I think the name Karl Marx carries so much stigma in America, and the blowback from those kind of name drops tends to be so severe that people have learned not to say his name. But meanwhile, all these writers and activists are talking about systemic oppression and how we need to achieve liberation from it. How do we achieve liberation from it? From triggering an awakening of critical consciousness. What does it mean to be woke? You've awakened to critical consciousness. It's right there in the name. Okay, so what's the point of this? The point is that understanding that wokeness is fundamentally rooted in Marxism sets you up to better understand the movement. It sets you up to understand why they frame problems in the way they do, which we've already talked about. And it also sets you up to understand why they frame their solutions in the way they do. So if you go back to the original liberal versus Marxist distinction, if a liberal sees speech, or I guess hears speech, that they disagree with, maybe it's hateful speech even, they're probably going to want to protect that speech because they think the protection of that speech is necessary for a progressive society. While a woke person.
So both Islam and the left and the Marxist left use violence, but they feel speech is oppressive, but they'll use physical violence to further their ends, as we're going to see in a minute.
If they hear this speech that they think is hateful or oppressive in some way.
So that's why wee Nippy is now getting the racist speech. I'll go into seeing the Muslim woman who's talking about hateful speech. So hateful speech is not what they do, which encourages violence. Hateful speech is if they've got hurty feelings.
They're going to likely want to use the force of their movement to, one way or another, put a stop to that speech. And they believe that the protection of that speech is contributing to oppression. To give another example, a liberal business owner would probably want to defend their right to hire whoever they think is best for the job, thinking that that leads to the most progress overall. But a woke person might look at that and say, you're trying to defend your right to hire who you want is actually contributing to systemic oppression. And their solution is to use the force of their movement.
I think the force of the state. I think that's what Nippy does, the force of the state.
Probably impose some sort of hiring quota on you.
Or put people under house arrest if they insult Humza Useless for 6 months.
Identity. Knowing full well they're restricting your freedom, but believing that they're expediting progress. Those are just a couple examples, but you could use this framework to understand the woke playbook. It's always to abolish something or to use the force of their movement to bend people or society against their will in some kind of direction to end oppression as they see it. By the way, nothing I've said today is supposed to be like a rallying call to go around harassing individual people on the basis of them being Marxist.
No, only they're allowed to do the harassment.
If there ever was a movement that should be criticized on the basis of the ideas themselves and not the people, this is it.
Oh, I don't think so.
I think to make sense of what's going on, at least in this day and age, we should think of wokeness as a runaway idea, in that it's not really under the control of any individual involved. So if you think of media outlets, at least the ones that are caught up in this stuff, it makes sense to why they seem to care so little about how unpopular they've become.
So do you hear that? Let me just, that's great analysis there. So this is back to what we're talking about the media and how unpopular they are. Obviously, Paul Hutchins got kicked out of the Herald and is now acting like a dough ball for the Daily Record. That's now sales are going right down the tubes. So listen.
Stuff. It makes sense to why they seem to care so little about the wokeness as a runaway idea, in that it's not really under the control of any individual involved. So if you think of media outlets, at least the ones that are caught up in this stuff, it makes sense to why they seem to care so little about how unpopular they've become and how much public trust in them has fallen. And it makes sense to why these woke films that keep coming out and keep crashing and burning keep getting made as if nothing happened. I think wokeness, like every Marxist...
He didn't actually explain that there.
This is it. The basis of them being Marxist. If there ever was a movement that should be criticized on the basis of the ideas themselves and not the people, this is it. I think to make sense of what's going on, at least in this day and age, we should think of wokeness as a runaway idea, in that it's not really under the control of any individual involved. So if you think of media outlets, at least the ones that are caught up in this stuff, it makes sense to why they seem to care so little about how unpopular they've become and how much public trust in them has fallen. And it makes sense to why these woke films that keep coming out and keep crashing and burning keep getting...
So basically they're just zealots, or the corporatist globalists are pushing this agenda, which they already are. We already know it's getting pushed through in the different companies that they're pushing this racist, sexist and straight phobic communism and through the corporations as well. So Marxism is getting pushed through corporations.
Made as if nothing happened. I think wokeness, like every Marxist organization, positions itself as being the will of the people. And not just the will of the people, but the will of the people who need to be listened to the most. And I think that's a dangerous way to position a movement, because if anyone criticizes it, even if you're a high-ranking person from within, someone else is likely to point at you and say, hey, you're against the people. So I think that creates this natural pressure against criticism, both internal and external criticism, to where if you're part of the movement, your only really play is to either go with the flow or try to further radicalize the movement.
Don't go with the flow, you have to fight it. That's what you have to do. You don't bend the knee, or you don't do anything to Marxists, for Marxists. Doesn't matter what colour, what gender you are, or even if you're gay, you do not bend the knee to Marxists.
So I don't think there's much point in trying to criticize people to the effect that you're trying to get them to de-radicalize or reform the movement.
You just stop buying coke, stop going to the cinema to watch woke stuff, stop consuming Marxist propaganda, don't watch the football, don't pay for football tickets. If they're going to do that, stop doing it. That'll dry up. They'll soon change once their revenues start to dry up. It will eventually affect them if they're pushing Marxist agenda, and he's already explained what it is, so you know when you see it.
I think that's possible. So I think your best bet is to try to get people to lead the movement. I think the best way to do that is to criticize the movement itself. I'm afraid for a lot of people that are watching
we need to have a clean out of the universities. We need to get rid of the Marxists out of the universities.
I basically just did a 20-plus minute explanation for how water is wet, because this is obvious stuff that they've been aware of for a long time. But I think for most people, this stuff is not obvious, or they're not aware of it.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think the general populace actually understands. The 100 million people have died and they've tried to change it and make it racist communism.
Controversial, or there's lots of disagreement. And that's what the audience I'm trying to reach here. I think even most woke people wouldn't classify themselves as Marxist. But
they are. Well, they may not classify themselves as Marxists, but as you correctly explained, they definitely are. And we should start calling them Marxists.
It's true, and I think it is. Then yeah, wokeness is a Marxist movement. And it's crazy how little understood that is, because it's a hugely popular movement.
And the Green Party.
Power. So I hope this was helpful to hear. Either way, thanks for listening till the end.
Yeah, definitely. Marxism behind leftist identity politics. Explained racist Marxism, we should start calling it. And Ryan Chapman, well done, Ryan. Very well explained. Correct as well. Correct. So where are we going? Oh man, we're here all night. So this guy's fantastic. I'm only going to play a wee clip of this at first, but yeah, this guy's great. So this guy, police breach man's Article 10 HRC. What is that? ECHR. I think that's for human rights. And this guy's police abusing powers. So you can imagine that this is the small end of the wedge for the Marxists. So this fellow, police abusing powers, don't know what the chap's name, but he seems to know his stuff. So police abusing Scotland breach man's Article 10 ECHR.
Dark and difficult times lie ahead. Soon we must all face the choice between what is right and what is easy.
When you stand for nothing, you fall for everything. Brilliant.
One of the things I believe in the most, and one of the things I try to fight for on this channel, is understanding of people's rights. The same rights that are enshrined in the Human Rights Act, the European Convention of Human Rights, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Unfortunately, we see daily how people's rights are confused for crimes and are infringed upon by the very people who are supposed to be helping us to protect those rights.
So don't forget, we've got a far left Scottish Parliament. We've got the Loonball Greens in there, the Moby and the Marxists. We've got Sarwar's Islamo-fascist GIMP party. We've got Wee Nippy and the intersectional lesbian Marxists. And we've got the Conservative Party. I think they're conserving Marxism. And we've got the liberal undemocratic Democrats who have got a backbone for liberalism like a jellyfish, who are just, again, corporatist globalist shell party.
One of the rights I haven't spoken about much in videos is Article 10 of the Human Rights Act 1998, which is also Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights 1950, and Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights 1948. And that is the fundamental right to expression. In other words, to hold your own opinions and to express them freely without government interfering.
So what the government do, which we're just about to point out with Peter the Plonker, is that they use the state use the media to smear and harass you, which all what you're saying is completely correct. So the hacks in the media, like Paul Hutchins, Peter the Plonker Smith, Danny Gravelli, are all political hacks for the actual five parties. These are not objective journalists.
Now, when I say I haven't spoken about this much, I mean in the context that I'm about to. This includes the right to express your views aloud, for example, through public protests and demonstrations, or through published articles, books or leaflets, television or radio broadcasting, works of art, the internet and social media. In fact, equalityhumanrights.com gives a use case example that states this right is particularly important for journalists or other people working in the media. They must be free to criticise the government.
But they spend the majority of the time propping up the government from criticism now. So the journalists have now perverted the full story, probably because a lot of them are Marxists. We'll see that in a minute.
And our public institutions without fear of prosecution. This is a vital feature of a democratic society. But that doesn't prevent the state from imposing restrictions on the media in order to protect other human rights, such as a person's right to respect for their private life. Now, with that in mind and understanding that the police attestation, this is where they're sworn in as police constables, specifically states upholding fundamental human rights and according equal respect to all people. Then how is it so often we see the police failing to do just that? In the following example, you're going to see David Ballantyne from the Guerilla TV channel. I'm going to put a link in the description and I'm going to pop it up here. One of these corners as well. He's outside a building, I believe is in Scotland, where he's
the Scottish Parliament
attempting to speak to some politicians, but is abruptly and rudely interrupted by some police staff who have clearly forgotten their own attestation in order to conjure up a potential crime based on this guy simply trying to practice his human right to expression.
It's worse than that, buddy. What they do is they say that I'm a racist bully throughout the media. So the media echo basically the derision of me trying to hold the politicians to account and actually speaking directly to them, because the media is there to protect the political class, not to hold them to account.
Which, as I've said, equalityhumanrights.com states is particularly important for journalists and people working in the media, and that they must be free to criticise the government and our public institutions without fear of prosecution.
No, but what they do is it's personality destruction. They try and destroy your personality and destroy your ability to make a living. That's what they do now. They don't necessarily have to do that. They can do it in other more subtle ways.
So with all that said, let's get into this and see just how badly these police staff want to violate David's rights.
And I'll let you have a look at that later on. That's on the Guerilla TV channel as well. Obviously, you can look at the actual original. There was comments here. There was no other video of this incident. I wasn't doing anything. I was actually just standing. The police had actually approached me, and I was actually obviously standing waiting for a comment and to speak to people. So I wasn't doing anything other. I do it my way because they won't go with me, and that's why I can say things that the normal media can't say. So that's a big problem there. I'll say things that the other media won't say, and I'll hold the politicians to account where the other media won't actually hold other politicians to account. So that's the issue here. So what have we got? Let's go into... So this is the relationship. There's Peter the Plonker. Peter the Plonker with Sarwar. So he obviously, hi Mr. Sarwar, can I please have an interview with you? I'll protect you. So it's all, I'll scratch my back if you scratch yours, if I scratch yours. So that was obviously the synergy here. Peter the Plonker, who said he's a better guy than me, I don't think's ever talked about the abuse of children in care homes by fake asylum seekers, fake Muslim asylum seekers. He's never actually mentioned that, but he's a better guy than me, which we'll see in a minute.
Do you have a favourite policy that you're putting forward?
Sharia law.
Let me use the word favourite, the one that's most personal to me.
Sharia law.
I like it most about is around how we start NHS services and particularly cancer services. Cancer has touched everyone across our country at some point, either through direct experience or a family member or friend. And the truth is we have 7,000 undiagnosed cancers across the country because we missed out over 500,000 screening programme visits over the course of the country in the last year. 7,000 undiagnosed cancers. Cancer still remains Scotland's biggest killer even during this pandemic. So how we restart our cancer services, how we do a mass catch-up for that, rapid diagnostic centres right across the country, how we fast-track those operations so we can save people's lives. It's so personal to me, and that's my...
Yeah, but all of that has been scrapped under your support, the Labour Party support for the Corona lockdown that's destroyed tons of businesses. I'm sure there'll be people who have died from cancer that may have been able to be saved had the lockdown not gone on.
If you look at all the favourite policies in this campaign,
I think that, not that it's a bad thing, but I think that Peter the Plonker is gay. So it makes it quite interesting that Sarwar, as an open Muslim who says in the Quran to kill homosexuals, hence why under Sharia law 10 Muslim predominant, or 10 to 13 and more in prison, but 10 to 13 at state level execute homosexuals. So I don't know if he's actually asked Sarwar about what's in the Quran. I mean, obviously the Sultan of Brunei was wanting to bring in stoning of homosexuals, and I think obviously Peter is actually gay, so that I don't find, as a liberal, don't find anything wrong with somebody being gay, but Mr. Sarwar follows a religion that advocates the killing of homosexuals.
Pretty despondent right now.
So I don't know what his defence of Sarwar would be on that ground.
They've made a lot of sacrifices, the golden years of their lives, and they were at least at risk from the virus being critical to them. What can you say to young people in Scotland to enthuse them that they have a bright future?
Well, they've just destroyed years of being at school over a virus that's 99.9% survivable. You're probably got a greater chance of dying from the flu. And you've just destroyed the Scottish economy for the last 2 years. This multi-millionaire, another multi-millionaire down in Westminster.
There's two parts of that. There's those that are of school age, and that's why an education comeback plan is so important. I want us to do an individual assessment for every pupil across the country. That's not just an educational assessment, but it has to be a mental health assessment as well. I want us to...
Some things Sarwar says I don't disagree with. I would agree. I would also do an educational assessment to find out if children have specific learning difficulties or multiple specific learning difficulties. But I wouldn't have a problem with what you just said there.
Those children that have been most directly impacted have a tutoring programme so they can catch up. I want us to guarantee a job for every young person, and the way we do that is more investment in apprenticeships, a jobs guarantee scheme.
The way you do it is actually by backing entrepreneurs. It's entrepreneurs that create wealth, Mr. Sarwar. You should know that, coming from the type of family you come from.
Yes, in the public sector, but also in the voluntary sector. But if we recognise there's going to be challenges in the private sector as well.
There is challenges. Access to capital. Access to capital. More and more daft regulations to prevent access to capital for entrepreneurs. That's what is required.
Start businesses. Then why not engage the private sector in that as well, so we can get jobs for young people across the country? Because I am absolutely determined that we cannot have a lost generation coming out of this virus. Young people have missed out on vital education, they missed out on vital bonds and relationships that they build in those formative years. I want us to catch up on that.
Is that going to be a fully costed promise from Scottish Labour?
Absolutely, because we can't allow a generation to go forgotten. It would be an absolute travesty if we came through COVID and we allowed an entire generation. This is going to scar them potentially for the rest of their life.
Yes, because it's been badly handled by the Liberal Ad Com Party, the Greens and the SNP.
It'd be a disaster if we forgot that generation. So one part is educational support, one part is getting them back to work, but it's also about recognising the health needs they're going to have too. So we're going to have a tsunami of mental health cases across the country. So how we have adequate mental health support services that are there when people need them. So when people are picking up the phone, the calls are getting answered.
Yeah, which doesn't happen. The state doesn't do that. The state's the worst thing for actually getting held any sort of accountability.
25,000 occasions during this pandemic, someone has built up the courage, picked up the phone, dialed the NHS crisis service, and the call has gone unanswered. That's not acceptable. That's not good enough. And that's what should be making people angry in our politics. Not arguing about egos, not arguing about old arguments, not trying to settle scores. These are the things we should be obsessing about and getting angry about in our politics.
Well, the constitutional debates that we've had in the country on independence and on Brexit, Labour have been squeezed out, by both of those debates. Where do you stand on Brexit?
Labour's nearly disappeared. Labour, although they've got 20 odd MSPs, the vast majority of those, only 2 out of 20 odd, is first past the post. So if there had been changes in the actual movement of the millions of regional voters from the SNP to ALBA or the Scottish Libertarian Party, the Labour Party would have only, and the Greens would have only got 2, which are 2 in the case of the Greens, and probably about 10, if that, in the case of the Labour Party. So they would have been halved. The Labour Party are nearly finished. You've only got 1 MSP. The Labour Party are going down the tubes faster than a jobby.
Look, I want us to have as close a relationship with the European Union as possible. I wanted us to remain in the United Kingdom, in the European Union as well as
we won that argument.
The United Kingdom. I want us to remain in the European Union.
Yeah, we're obviously not a Democrat if you want 20 unelected commissioners dictating your legislation.
But, because of Brexit, Tory Britain, that was never allowed to happen. I want us to have as close a relationship with the EU as we possibly can.
Zero tariff trading, that's it.
I'm going to be honest, I can only credibly argue for saying let's not go back to the old arguments, let's not reopen those old debates that have gripped our politics for the last 10 years. If I say one thing on Brexit and I say another thing on independence, what I want our country to do is to focus on what unites us, not what divides us.
Critical race theory in Islam.
We focus behind the national recovery, not going back to the yes, no, leave, remain debates. Because the truth, Peter, is this virus has hit you equally, whether you were a yes or a no, or a leave or a remain.
Yeah, because of the way it's been handled.
You're still being hit by furlough, you still lost lives, you still missed out on cancer treatment, you're still worried about your children. And I think people would expect our politics to pull together over this next phase and not go back to those binary choices.
People will have a choice in this election, though. They will be able to hear what you're saying.
I think Peter Smith is a card-carrying Labour supporter. I think he's partisan. And he's absolutely partisan.
What other parties are saying, one of the main arguments from the SNP is that they want to have a second referendum. If democratically the people of Scotland vote by majority SNP, do you accept that they have a mandate to have a second independence referendum?
The first thing I'd say is, of course, it's Scotland's right to choose its own future. And in this election campaign, it's about politicians arguing for what they truly believe, doing it honestly. I don't believe independence is right for Scotland.
Would you accept that?
I don't believe the focus of a referendum is right for us in Scotland, and that's why I want to persuade Scotland that we have another alternative. And the challenge that you have, I think, with the First Minister talking about a referendum and actually locking a referendum in so tightly with our recovery is, I think it shows you her blind spot. You have a First Minister who is obsessed about independence, who's obsessed about a referendum.
I don't think she's obsessed about independence at all. She's already said she's not a nationalist. She's obsessed by Marxism, my peers.
People will hear you.
I think Sarwar's further to the right than me, Nippy. So Sarwar might actually be almost like a social democrat, although he's an Islamist. He might be like a social democrat politically. So he might actually be, although Labour, more like Alex Salmond-esque and more to the right than Nippy, as an intersectional lesbian feminist.
Argument, and hear her argument, and when May 6 comes and they cast their vote, if Scotland votes by majority for the SNP,
I don't think that's going to happen. I genuinely do not think.
I'm not asking you to really engage in hypotheticals because it's a very real prospect. But this is a very real prospect. People have the two options here. If they choose, and it may well be that the SNP could be getting a majority, I'm just saying that so that voters know what they're going to the polling stations on. If the SNP get the majority, would you say, fair enough, you've got a mandate for the second referendum?
So first thing I say is nobody has cast a single vote in this election campaign yet. Of course the SNP are going to campaign. They need to make their mind up, first of all, whether people are judging them on their pandemic record, judging them on 14 years of failure, or judging them on whether they want an independence referendum. The premise I'm making in this election campaign is, I don't support independence, I don't support a referendum, but I want to focus on
So what he wants to be part of the UK, not that the Labour Party are returning any MPs to Westminster, and the Labour Party will have to do some sort, if they're ever going to get into power again, will have to do some sort of pact with the SNP just now from the numbers, unless things significantly change. Do some sort of regressive neo-Marxist agenda. And he's a corporatist globalist. He wants to be part of the EU and governed by 28 unelected commissioners, and he's an Islamist and wants to throw gay people off the buildings, have sex with children, and do all the things that states in the Quran and the Hadith, and he's not been held to account. But if anybody asks him questions, that's harassment.
Unites our country, not what divides it. And I think at this period of national crisis, when we're coming through a pandemic, when 10,000 of our fellow citizens have lost their lives,
I'll take that as a no.
Focus. I don't support independence.
Sure, I'll take that as a no. You won't support this.
No, I don't support independence. I don't support referendum. But let's focus on that national recovery so we can get our country back on track.
Scotland has another public health crisis right now on drug deaths.
Absolutely.
What will you do about that?
Look, it's an absolute tragedy.
Now, there's been allegations that Sarwar's father imported heroin. Not father, it's either his father or his grandfather was importing heroin. That's where they got the money for the cash and carries. These are allegations. These are not allegations from me. I know nothing about Mr. Sarwar. These allegations are coming from people inside the Scottish Indian diaspora, including India, including Bangladesh, India and Pakistan diaspora, where that is coming from. So if Mr. Sarwar's, so they've got Mr. Sarwar's on the record for saying his grandfather came with no money, and now they've got a multi-million pound cash and carry in Glasgow. So where did that money come from in the 2 generations to actually build that business? That's what we need to find out. And there's been allegations his brother is a coke dealer. So these are allegations not from me, but from other people. And then he's now talking about drug deaths. If that's true, then there has to be investigations into the origins of the finance for the setting up of where Mr. Sarwar's businesses came from. Mr. Sarwar Senior, not Mr. Sarwar Junior.
And the truth is, and you've done lots of great campaigning on this yourself in terms of exposing the stats across our country, is if this was any other kind of death crisis, if this was a mental health death crisis or a coronary crisis of some sort or a cancer, this would be a national emergency. And I think our politicians and our politics would take this much, much more seriously. Too many citizens across our country are falling victim to drugs deaths, also suicide deaths. In many occasions, they're both linked. So what we need to look at is, one, yes, we need to look at the laws about where the law should lie and what those laws should do. But we should never lose sight of the fact that we have the same law in Scotland as we do in other parts of the UK, but we have 3 times as many drugs deaths in Scotland. Why? We've got to address that directly. So yes, let's look at the laws. Yes, I support the piloting of safe consumption rooms, for example, in my own area of Glasgow. But alongside that, we've got to stop cuts to local government. We've got to invest in local services. We've got to invest in rehabilitation centres. We've got to invest in rehabilitation beds. We've got to invest in...
Now, can you imagine the irony if Sarwar's wealth came from the importation of Afghanistan heroin? Can you imagine the irony of him actually saying all this? If that's true, I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know anything about Mr. Sarwar. What we know for a fact is his father has got a multi-million pound wholesaler, and he's on the record for saying his grandfather came here with nothing. So where's the money come from in that generation to actually set it up? I think there's questions needing asked.
Alternative therapies, and we've got to work with individuals and their families and their communities to confront this crisis in our society.
Just ending on a more positive note and extending the hand of friendship, which other political leader are you most like in Scottish politics? Who do you have most in common with?
Which other political leader? Well, look, I made the point of saying I like and respect all our political leaders.
But which one do you find the most in common cause?
Most common cause? That's interesting. Well, I've got most common cause with Nicola Sturgeon because we both...
both are Marxists. So, although Sarwar's a unionist, wants to be part of the UK, and me Nippy's a a Marxist. They are both both the far left, authoritarian left of the political spectrum. The authoritarian left have held back Scotland and Glasgow for generations. Unfortunately, we have become increasingly illiberal and moved towards this authoritarian left that both Sarwar and Nippy represent.
Have a care for the south side of Glasgow. Willie Rainey and I both have common cause, probably more on comedy value and photo shoots.
I would say that Willie Rainey probably is closer to Sarwar politically than Nippy, although the Nippy and Sarwar are both on the left.
Patrick Harvey, I'm glad you said cheer. Patrick Harvey and I have a common cause because we both enjoy long walks in Maxwell Park. And Douglas Ross and I have a common cause probably on football, although I'm sure he gets more pelters on the sidelines than perhaps I do. But I want us to have common cause, and this is an important point, Peter, is our Parliament is designed, or when the Scottish Parliament was created, was about trying to get politicians to work together on big issues. And I've worked together with all of the political leaders on challenging prejudice and hate in all its forms.
The Quran is a book of hate. It hates everybody, wants to kill people. Wait until you see this. Wait until you see the hate that's coming out just now. You're not prepared to address the hate that's coming out of the Muslim community, the rape of children, the killings, the 50 mass murder attempts through terrorists by Muslims in the UK, only up to 2015. I'm not including the last 6 years. The hate's coming out your community, Mr. Sarwar, and you're not prepared to address. I've not heard you. You didn't even answer the questions I asked you when we were actually together.
I've worked with the Greens on challenging the SQA crisis. I've worked with the SNP in terms of protections for retail workers and Monica Lennon's period poverty bill. I've worked with the Tories around scrapping the Offensive Behaviour at Football Act. When we can find common cause and do good things for our country, we should do that. But what makes it easier to do that is if we stop putting binary choices in front of people and forcing people to pick a side when we have all got to unite about a national recovery so we can get through COVID and come back as a fairer and stronger nation.
Mr. Sarwar, thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, as you can see, Brown knows Peter the Plonker there, not holding Sarwar to account. So that's basically, what's that?
People can go outside the law if they need to.
So back to the, what was that? Oh, that's what I want. Okay, so let's have a wee look at, he's back again. So let's have a wee look at what Peter said about me. Oh my goodness, let's see, Peter, come on, baby. Let's see. So let's go back. I'm really disappointed in myself and not actually saying this correctly. Really disappointed. Really, I can't even begin to tell you how disappointed I should. And this was because it was a chance meeting, not because it was a deliberate meeting. So, Sawa. So here we go.
Every chief executive of every council, every government department, white.
Remember, under critical race theory, that it's okay to criticise white men, white straight men. And this is it. So Sarwar, although he's a straight Asian man, is also part of the Islamofascists and what I call the GIMP party, globalist, which he's already said he is, Islamo, which he is as well, Marxist, and the fact that he's quite happy to be racist against white people. Here.
Every director of a department in Scotland, white. Every principal of a college or university in Scotland, white. Every head teacher in Scotland, white. Every chair of a public sector body in Scotland, white. Every High Court judge in Scotland, white. Every prison governor in Scotland, white. Every editor of a news organisation in Scotland, white. Why?
So I I mucked up when I was actually talking with regards to this, so that's what I was relating to.
Can you tell us about the child rape laws in Pakistan, please, sir? And the fact that they said it was going to be anti-Islamic, sir?
Didn't answer the question. I wasn't actually, and I've already pointed out prior to this in this stream where that came from. It came from The Independent, which is not exactly a far-right publication, periodical. And yet, Mr. Sarwar here couldn't answer the question. He's already on the record for saying he's an Islamist, a Muslim. So he's not answered any of these questions. So I was asking him direct questions, which he's on the record for saying that this is what he thinks.
No, I'm being serious. Obviously, in Pakistan, they said it was un-Islamic not to rape kids, and they said it was blasphemy. It's got to complain against that.
I think your questions say more about you, sir, than they do about me.
It's not about me. It's in The Independent. And it doesn't speak about me because you've already said that you're a Muslim and you follow the Quran. And what they're saying in Pakistan is that they're following the Quran and it's un-Islamic not to have sex with children. And the courts in Pakistan are allowing the abduction, rape of children, Christian children, and forced conversion. And they're taking the child and putting it back to the Muslim person that's abducted it. So what does that say about me? It doesn't say anything about me. And it's not about race or anything else. It's about the religion that you say you adhere to. So it's not about race. It's nothing to do with race or the colour of somebody's skin. This is to do with ideology and religion. And obviously Islam is a political ideology as well, which you have said that you support.
No, I'm asking you a question. It's in The Independent, though. It's not really an answer.
So I said it's in The Independent. I said, if you actually heard that there, I said it's in The Independent. So I did give him a point of reference.
Question. It's in The Independent, though. It's not really an answer, though.
So it says more about me than it does about him when I'm quoting a periodical to him. What does it say about me? So I'll just skip on here because this is not relative.
Do you believe you can't take good photos? I promise you can.
Tell us the people in Glasgow who were murdered by the Muslim asylum seeker. Can you tell us what happened with the rapes of children in Glasgow from fake asylum seekers who were raping kids and it was covered up by the actual...
I think you should take your far right nonsense somewhere.
It's not far right. It's all quoted in the. It's all quoted. The only thing that I made a mistake was because of the BBC's stating of what had happened in Glasgow, where 6 people were stabbed, and they had quoted that 3 people had died. And he's actually not answering the questions. He's just saying it's far right. None of the things came from any far right sources. They all came from BBC, The Independent, The Sun. But Sarwar is not actually directly answering any of these. And the SNP, the Conservative Party, are all shielding Mr. Sarwar because it's them, not even Sarwar, that's complicit. It's them that's complicit in this. It's them that've got blood in their hands.
I would think that somebody that supports as a Muslim who supports a prophet who had sex with a 9-year-old girl and had sex slaves, I think that's more of an issue than my right-wing nonsense. I'm actually saying to this libertarian liberal.
All correct. But again, Sarwar's not answering this. I mean, it's not, and I'm not talking about his race or anything else. There's nothing about race here. This is all about religion and what the religion states and everything else. Nothing to do with race. And he's not answered any of the questions. Not all of these are direct questions, directly quoted, and he's not answered any one of these questions.
To be honest with you, I think, are a member of a globalist Islamo-Marxist party, the Guerilla.
Well, at least he found it funny. At least I didn't think up to Peter the Plonker interjecting. I would have talked to Mr. Sarwar again It was only because Peter the Plonker got involved and decided to interject. How rudely, how unethically from one company to another. ITV is a company and we're a company. He decided to interject in the middle of me having a conversation with Mr. Sawa.
It's on tape. It's going out live.
So there's Peter the Plonker who just did an interview with Sawa, so they obviously know each other as well. So that's the press not allowing me to hold Sawa to account, where Sawa's not answered any of my questions. Peter the Plonker, who's obviously brown-nosing with Sawa, is now interjecting in and me actually asking Mr. Sawa questions. So, I don't know where he just jumped up from. Never said anything racist. So you're a liar as well. But it's not just the fact that you're a liar. You're actually lying to protect protect the persecutors of children. That's what you're doing, Peter the Plonker. You're about to tell me what a great guy you are, and the victims that were stabbed in Glasgow for the globalist agenda. That's what and you're part of that scenario. That's what you're doing, Peter. You've just interjected and about to tell me what a great guy you are, where you've never done what I've done. You've never actually challenged the politicians to answer the difficult questions, but now you're just shouting the word racist. So let's have a look at this, Peter. I thought this was quite interesting. Well, look at that. That's a great face. I'll come back to that in a minute. Oh, here we go. So Peter's now talking about diversity. Now, diversity is another talking point for the globalists, which is akin to ethnic cleansing through the use of mass immigration. But I don't know if he's talking about diversity in the from like the other channels with other people from Scotland, and I think he might be a gay guy as well, which is no problem, which is good time for him getting on board. But I think it's interesting if he's a gay man protecting a Muslim who under Islam would kill him. So I don't know if that makes sense.
You know, if I heard a Scottish voice on the news, especially if it wasn't a particularly posh Scottish voice on the news, it gave me hope as a state-educated Scot in Glasgow that that's something that I could do. There could be a future for me in that industry.
Help us keep John's legacy alive by making UK newsrooms as diverse as the audience they serve. Please donate to John Schofield's trust. So I don't know what, and I think this is what they're definitely pushing. This is obviously back to the intersectional Marxism, the communist agenda that they're obviously pushing, not based on ability, but based on arbitrary characteristics. So they're whether they know it or not, are pushing the actual Marxist agenda. So, I mean, so he's obviously got an underlying political bent anyway. He's possibly not even a liberal. So, what's his name? Peter. This is what I wanted to show.
You see these children who are going for pizzas and burgers and all the stuff that we have, you know, we've had our whole lives. But I do think there's people who take care of themselves in different ways. You don't see as many people, for example, going out for runs and things like that. But people are very active, so they'll do things in groups. So they go off like long walks and team, and then they get into their mid-20s, maybe late 20s, and suddenly want to fix it. You know, in that gap of a year. And I look at it as well. When I was playing football when I was young, we would often, when we were teenagers, we would go to like Holland, Belgium, Germany for football tournaments, right? And we were more physical than the other teams. We were faster than the teams from all across Europe. We were better at football. You look at the list of these European football tournaments, it's Scottish and English teams that win through the teenagers every single year. But something happens in Europe that they keep that level when they get to 16, 17, 18, and in Scotland and maybe across the UK, there's a point where we lose people.
But I feel Scotland is actually particularly bad for this. Like, I feel like there's so many like footballers who I grew up with that I know are really good, and so many boxers as well, especially that as soon as we get to 16, we just kind of, that alcohol culture just seems to take right over, and I think like it's the whole going out drinking, like it just seems to take people away from their goals essentially.
You know, the only place I get to look is the climate, Kieran, but when you socialise with your mates when you get to that age, you know, whereas you used to socialise with them on the local park playing football, that's where you meet your mates. When you get to an age, the place where you see them is in the bar.
Like, it's just hard. Like one of the big things I think we could stop is, like, I still think, like, high school and university.
Keeping active, but I don't think that I learned much about your trip. You're just get it all out. But also, you kind of, you also remind yourself what you're capable of. You know, you're week busy, non-stop. Every time you think you can switch off, something happens, and it's so important. I need to keep up. I need to be on top of every single twist and turn, and things are changing so rapidly. So I need to be on top of every single new announcement, every single new measure that's been imposed or lifted, every stat that they're announcing on, you know, for the number of people who've got it, the number of people who've died, care homes, where's the new epicentre, all of that, just so that because any minute you get the call to be doing a live. So it's been pretty full on, and I haven't had as much time. But you know, I've actually found the exercise is a really good sort of decompression thing. You know, you come away from work, and when you're hammering the bike, or if you're on the weights for 20 minutes or something like that, I can squeeze in. I'm not thinking about anything else. You know, I switch off from work at that point, so I find it quite cathartic in a way, I suppose, quite therapeutic.
Absolutely,
and I think you miss that when you're not enough. I mean, I've become to the gym regularly, and at least I was in once a week with Kieran and doing my own stuff as well. And I think when I'm flat out, you know, there's days, I miss it when I'm, you know, like anyone, you miss it, and a lot of people say they miss the gym. And I think you're absolutely spot on, Kieran. It's what people miss is the feeling good about yourself, you know, feeling the endorphins, the good feel. We know it's good for your mental health. And also, when you look better, you feel better about yourself as well. You know, I mean, people talk about carrying out extra weight, and you know, if I'm you know, on the road constantly, it's not necessarily good, healthy eating habits, and that's where Kieran came in. One of the big things we tried to nip in the bud was coming up with good, healthy eating plans for when, you know, you're travelling and you're in your car a lot, and a lot of that kind of thing. It's been harder with the restrictions in place and a lot of the shops shut and things like that, and you can't get fresh food. So you've got to plan ahead for that kind of thing. But I do, coming away from it, if I get a young baby as well, if you get away from that, you want to spend time with the family.
He's not gay. Oh my God, miscalled that. I'd definitely buy yours. And
you get, you know, just an hour in a day. Maybe, you know, it's a rare moment, but it really does feel good when you get to just hammer the bike or the weights and, like, say, those endorphins, and you're not thinking about anything else. You sort of zone out. And it's really so important, I think, to have that.
I think it's just a good escape for some people sometimes.
It is, and you can't you remind yourself, you know what it's like if you're on the weights, it's de-stressing and you're thinking, oh, you're de-stressed, get it all out. But also you kind of you also remind yourself what you're capable of. You know, you remind yourself of, you know, I can actually do this, I can lift weights, and I can do that, you know, I can do the bike. You feel good about yourself. I think it's an escape from the kind of the
coke
negativity just now, and the kind of doom and gloom. And you feel positive when you do that. You feel like it's also a sense of normality. It's something that, you know, we all would have had. You know, you guys more than me, but you would have had as a big part of your life. Your whole life is workout routine. Part of your life.
I was going to ask you, Peter, like you said, you started training with Kieran in 2017, but like, did you do much sports and activities in your youth at school and stuff?
I did, yeah. When I was a kid, I was always played football. When I was really young, I was doing karate, and then, you know, I was a teenager. There was boxing. I went to a boxing gym in Kenny Park. It was it's where now the MTK gym is near there. Do you know? Yeah, it's actually that the MTK gym is on the opposite side of where our gym, the Bad Apple gym, used to be. I got to the final of the Scottish Championships when I was about 14 or 15 or something like that.
I feel this is a good fact. Many people may not know about it.
Right, no, and I got beaten in the final by Pilkington. So
I think you should say I've never met Peter Smith before, so Peter Smith has got no reference for me in the slightest, apart from that obviously one meeting that we've actually televised. I've never met Peter Smith. Don't know who he is from Adam. So he's got no background on me whatsoever.
Calling him out in rematch.
He was just rude and abusive and professionally unethical.
I felt undone by the split decision. I don't know if he got to the judges, you know.
I think like one of the things we want to do, I guess, is just like delve into like even like some of the backgrounds and like kind of stuff when they're younger. Like one of the things that we want to do a lot is like kind of talk about fitness in Scotland. So like, what was PE like for you at school when you were there?
Could have been a lot better, you know. I think when you're doing it, you don't think much about it at the time. You just do what you're told when you're a kid and you're at school, you know. And when you're a grown up, you look back and you sort of think, oh, you could have done so much more. Could have been more creative. There was an awful lot of get your kit on the training outside, go around the playground like 20 times until the bell goes. Play hockey and
kind of resistance training. That's just what could be improved in the whole. I think kind of
being in school without being able to make something, make a basic dish. And they shouldn't be leaving high school without being able to make a 2-course meal, you know, like just a basic 2-course meal, so a pot of soup and a basic, you know, stew.
Fairly active when
your priorities change, but I think that there's a big gap. I don't know whether you guys see this, but I certainly among my peer group, people who fell away from looking after themselves from 16, 17, there's a point where we lose people.
But every sport kind of laid up, and I think when people like graduate university in America at 20, 21, that go, you essentially just nailed it. Like people kind of losing the weight, kind of giving up.
One of the things that Vietnam's changed a lot since I was there in 2000.
So this is him banging on about Vietnam now. I think he might be a communist. I think Peter Smith might be a communist. I think we would actually need to find out if he is an intersectional communist.
Like, I think that's what we're losing people. And just like another point, Peter, like one of the things we're going to try and talk more about is like, we think Scotland's culture, like in health and fitness, falls down compared to other places. I know you've spent time living in Vietnam, so I'd be interested to kind of hear your experiences.
This is what I was getting.
What their culture's like for health and fitness and how it compares to Scotland.
Communist Vietnam, well, Petersovsky.
One of the things that Vietnam's changed a lot since I was there in 2004, 2005, and still very much new, opening up to the world. And I was back last year for a story, and one of the things I noticed is a lot more fast food. And what I now see is obese children. Now, obesity almost did not exist in Vietnam at any age.
This is what I was wanting to get to. I know, Peter, that's because under every socialist country, they've gone famine. People from Venezuela have lost about 16, 17 pounds. The Ethiopians were starving and Bob Geldof had to raise money. I'm not surprised. Every communist country, which Vietnam was obviously taken over by the communists, they've lost weight. I mean, are you mental?
So rare to see anyone that was overweight in Vietnam.
Because they were all starving because communism doesn't work.
When I was there, and now seeing obese children who are going for pizza and burgers and all the stuff that we have, you know, we've had our whole lives. But I do think that there's people take care of themselves in different ways. You don't see as many.
They get starved by the communist regime.
For example, going out for runs and things like that. But people are very active, so they'll do things in groups. So they go off like long walks and camping trips over the weekends and things like that. So
escape from the government.
There's a kind of different focus on it. I think you're right. We have they eat a lot healthier, but I think the fresh ingredients being available. If you've got really, really good fresh fruit and vegetables, you're going to make a lot of it. I found I eat a lot more fresh fruit. I didn't even realise I liked fresh fruit and vegetables until I was in Vietnam. I didn't like vegetables, and went there and I was like, wow, this is what it's supposed to taste like. And then you come back here again and like, you taste a banana again, you're like, God, it tastes like a turnip,
Right, that's quite enough of that. So let's go, let's find out how much better a guy you are than me. Come on, Peter, let's hear you now, buddy.
Oh, Islam's not a race, buddy. Islam's not a race, it's a religion, and it's also political.
So we've got super Peter the Plonker wanting to sit Mr. Sawar in a van from me asking questions about child abuse. Well done, Pierre. You should have got a cape, buddy. You should have got a cape. We'll soon find out. We'll soon find out, shall we? How much better a person you are than me. I don't know if you've commented any of this, Peter. I'm sure you'll be able to tell us.
We're actual thing as well.
Company, David, spit it out.
So don't worry about that. We're actually a company as well.
So Peter might actually be an actual Labour supporter, and this is the difficulty we've got. The journalists are not objective. The journalists are there to actually protect the political class, even though the Labour Party are failing in Scotland. The Labour Party are going down the tubes. They are still there. This isn't about what I said to Salwa or anything else, or even them trying to decry me. This is about the media protecting the political class from actual journalistic questions that might be difficult for them to answer. I know for a fact that Chubster here will not actually ask any difficult questions. He's too busy brown-nosing and protecting the political class from any questions, and then the political class will come out and protect Mr. Smith for being a superhero, the superhero he is. I'll walk you across the road so he doesn't ask any more questions. I would hate somebody as a journalist to be asking a politician questions. Oh my goodness.
You don't have to worry. It's going to come in today anyway. It's no problem.
Peter, listen. Tell us how much better you are than me. Oh, is there? Peter, let me ask you a question about this, Peter. Tell me about the decency about this. So this is my friend, the Apostate Prophet. Great guy. Actually, he's a decent person, Peter, whereas you're just a character.
Who is a speaker and a regular debater at Speaker's Corner in the UK, was just stabbed. Apparently because she was speaking against Islam and because she was wearing a Charlie Hebdo shirt for solidarity with the right to draw cartoons.
You took on today, man. I think it would be this. Oh, whoa. I think it would be this. Oh, whoa. Good stuff. Speaking to والله speaker school is a mad place, you know, والله.
Well, this is she was assaulted as well, punched by another Muslim as well. Now she's been stabbed as well by a Muslim now, and we'll see David Wood talking about this as well. So what the Islamists are doing is now preventing freedom of speech by using violence to actually do it. But Peter Smith's better than me, so at least that makes him better. Oh, at least there's decent people, is there? Are these the decent people you're talking about, Peter?
Hatun has been attacked many times before. She's very outspoken, very brave when it comes to criticizing Islam and speaking up for the right to criticize Islam in a country where free speech is supposed to exist, and at a spot, Speaker's Corner, where people are supposed to have the most controversial discussions. I asked that people close to her please set up a GoFundMe fundraiser. I would invite everybody to support her for what happened. She's been attacked many times, and this time she's been stabbed. This is very serious. I'm not sure if everyone is aware of this, but people who keep calling her and others like her names, and to keep calling people enemies of Islam.
So the harassment only works one way. So it's like when we had that dough ball from Adrian Shots talking about racism. I don't know what this is called. What's that? Is this Christianophobia? Is it? This is actually like people getting killed or stabbed by Muslims, but that's not a phobia. That's them just getting brutalised. The 50 mass terrorist attacks, mass rapes. None of that's a phobia. It's only a phobia against Islam that promotes this. Right, I see. And we've got the woman trying to bring in backdoor Naz Shah, who liked white girls should shut up for the good of diversity after being raped by Muslim gangs. And we've got the Pakistani woman for Adrian Coatbridge that is now trying to bring in racist laws. I don't know if this is racist, Peter. I don't know. You're obviously a better guy than me, so you'll obviously be talking about this because obviously you're a hard-hitting journalist, aren't you, Peter? You're a real big guy, walking the person who believes in this sort of stuff as well, Peter, across the road and protecting him. I wonder if that's what Robert the Bruce would have done, buddy.
Are responsible for this. Stop calling people enemies of Islam. Stop justifying.
But it's okay for the left to be abusive. There's no justification for the left. It's okay for the left to be terroristic or the Islamists to be terroristic. There's no Christianophobia or abuse of white people because obviously of the intersectionality that we've brought, which is anti-men, anti-straight, anti-liberal democracies, and just as Islam is. So the unholy alliance of an ideology as Islam that's killed 300 million people with Marxism that's killed 100 million people is something that I think we should all be concerned about. But then Peter the Plonker is better than me. He knows that. He's the type of guy that protects children. And I don't know what he says. Is he going to do? And was ITV going to do anything on this? Is it the protection of free speech at Speaker's Corner? Or is it okay? It's not a problem for Muslim, does it? Is it? We've got to protect Islam.
Violence and punishments against people who do not agree with Islam, who leave Islam, who criticize Islam, who offend Islam. If you think such brutal hate and violence is justified against people who disagree with your religion or who hurt your core feelings, then you're
well, Peter the Plonker does. Peter the Plonker, you're better than me, aren't you, Peter? Oh, you're better. There's more decent people than you. Oh, that's great. Let's hear again, Peter.
Comedy as well. So you don't have to worry. It's going to put an end to the enemy. It's no problem.
Let's hear, Peter. So there's more decent people than me, Peter. What have you done?
Place. You should get the out and live in some different country. I'm not sure about the laws in the UK, but I think it should be quite similar that if people engage in inflammatory speech and justifications of hate and violence
through Islam as well, through an organised religion, why is that not being held to hate speech? Oh, that's right, because we Nippy's an intersectional lesbian feminist who actually Marxist, who actually wants to bring in this on the back of Islam, both destructive ideologies
against certain individuals, and then people who listen to them actually commit violence against those individuals.
Which Islam promotes violence and rape of children, which I was saying. But Pierre the Plonker's better than me. Oh, he's a decent person, is he? Protecting Mr. Sawa, who is an Islamist.
Speakers can be held responsible for inciting and causing violence. Maybe people should now be aware of how serious the situation is and take action, legal action, make complaints against people who just...
Oh no, you get called a racist, buddy. AP, you get called a racist. Yeah, called a racist and vile and any adjective they want to do, because our media actually takes the side of people who are involved in the child rapist death cult. They now stabs women. You can stab women, rape children, blow up things in the UK. They're the good guys, and Peter the Plonker is more decent than you. I think that's what you've got to understand. Peter the Plonker, who's probably not ever read the Quran, who brown noses with Sarwar, is better than you. He's a more decent person than you.
Defy violence. We talk about how we deserve to be punished and executed. Stop calling people enemies of Islam. This is your fault.
Yeah, I would think everybody should be an enemy of Islam.
Responsibility. If you want to distance yourself from this, condemn the people and change the way you speak, or get out. Be quiet. Please show your support for Autumn right now. She deserves it.
Yeah, but our political class is just letting people walk into the country, giving it away de facto, wee nippy and bojo, and that's what you get. That's what's going to become, but it has become increasingly relevant over the last 30 years. But Peter the Plonker is more decent than me. Oh, well done, Pierre. Have you said anything about Hatam? Tash, have you, Peter? But no, I don't think so. But you don't. But then again, self-praise is no praise, is it, Peter? Let's have a wee swatch. If there's anything maybe in the Quran that obviously Mr. Sawar, being a Muslim, actually represents or actually reflects in what his beliefs are. Shall we, Peter the Plonker?
The most fearless critic of Islam in the world today is not the apostate prophet, or Sam Shamoon, or Jay Smith, or Christian Prince, or David Wood. The most fearless critic of Islam in the world is a 5'2" woman named Hatun Tash. Hatun has been repeatedly attacked for preaching the gospel.
And what's the police done about it? Nothing, under Khan, the Islamist.
And for exposing Muhammad. She's usually attacked off camera, but occasionally while cameras are rolling. Hatun was hit in the face several months ago for showing people Muhammad cartoons.
So upset. Maybe your dad looks like that. I don't know. Be honest. If my father is Muhammad, then respect the God.
So this guy's just whacked him there. So they do like to, the Muslims, as it says in the Quran, like to hit women. So that's good. Anyway, so defend Christian, critique Islam.
After that attack, Muslims started circulating the lie that it was an Assyrian Christian who attacked her. Eventually, even the Speaker's Corner Muslims had to admit that the man who attacked Hatun was indeed a Muslim who had been told to say that he was a Christian if things became violent at Speaker's Corner. But
so now they're using violence to silence people. Violence to silence people. But we nippy diversity's a strength, obviously.
The lie was exposed. Muslims around the world still believed their own lie, and to this day I get messages claiming that it was a Christian who attacked Hatun. Fast forward to today, Hatun was stabbed multiple times in the name of Allah. She was wearing a Charlie Hebdo shirt. Soko Films accidentally caught the attack on camera. They were filming a different discussion, but the camera catches the attack in the background.
So this guy stabbing this woman in the face and trying to cut her throat, and this is David Wood's just about to tell you about where this is in the Quran, why they're doing this. So the Quran and the Hadith promotes violence, and this is what Mr. Sawar and what's his name, Hamza Useless, is actually follow the exact same things. They know why this is happening, and they follow this as well.
Now, from this angle and at this speed, it's hard to tell if the man punches Hatun or stabs her in the face. But when I slow down the video, you can see the knife as it slashes Hatun in the face. And this guy just keeps stabbing and slashing her in the name of Allah for the sake of his false prophet.
So that's obviously the same that Mr. Sawar. This is the prophet that Mr. Sawar follows in Mr. Useless.
He's aiming for her neck. Why? Because the Quran says smite at their necks.
So the Quran tells you to kill somebody, to kill people who are non-Muslims, and that's what they do. It doesn't matter what type of non-Muslims they are. This is the Quran inciting violence.
Fortunately, Hatun put her arm up to shield her neck, but she got some wounds on her arm as a result. There are always lots of cameras at Speaker's Corner, so I'm sure that some additional footage will be posted, but here's another angle.
I think it would be this.
But don't worry, Peter's a better person than me.
Whoa.
Shortly after she was repeatedly stabbed in the name of Allah, Hatun passed out.
Oh my God,
So that's the society we've got, thanks to Wee Nippy and the Globalists, the Lib Lab Con Party, and Peter the Plonker. Great journalism.
Sister, shut. Oh God, Jesus Christ. Something is going to happen. My Lord.
Then she got back up and started preaching to Muslims.
Essentials for you to remember, dear Muslim people. Dear Muslim people, Lord Jesus doesn't need me. Allah is in need of you for to be God. Allah cannot do without you. Your prophet cannot live without you. Cutting people's arms. Cutting people's arms is not...
They tried to kill you. That was attempted murder. He tried to cut your neck, as Dave Wood actually said. That's an attempted murder.
Going to help you.
Lucky you never cut your head off.
Muslim people, you know how much it hurts when you run away from Lord Jesus Christ? It's not about the blood on my hand. It is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. You are running away from Lord Jesus Christ. It is unacceptable. 21st century, you haven't repented. And what you do is chop people's hands off.
Eventually, she was taken away by police.
Hey, Cannes, London. And Can's not get his got dick out. Can's not got dick out yet. Can and Dick. Can's dick is useless.
Now, why was Hatun attacked today? Is it because all ideologies have their extremists? Or is it because Islam commands its adherents to kill people, even women, for criticizing Muhammad? Let's read 3 passages. In Ibn Ishaq, pages 550 to 551, we read about various people Muhammad ordered his followers to kill. Another was Abdullah ibn Qatl of Banu Taym ibn Ghalib. He had become a Muslim, and the apostle sent him to collect the poor tax in company with one of the Ansar. He had with him a freed slave who served him. He was a Muslim. When they halted, he ordered the latter to kill a goat for him and prepare some food and went to sleep. When he woke up, the man had done nothing, so he attacked and killed him and apostatized. He had 2 singing girls, Fartana and her friend, who used to sing satirical songs about the apostle, so he ordered that they should be killed with him.
I told you it's a death cult. I said it's a child rapist death cult. Oh no, it's not, Dave. Oh, you're just talking nonsense. Nonsense. Yeah, prove right again. But don't worry. Pierre, tell us, you're a better person than me, aren't you? Tell us again, Pierre. Tell us again. Because you've done a lot, Pierre, haven't you? You've not just been brown-nosing with the politicians, have you? Come on, Pierre, tell us again.
So, thing as well, pal. So don't worry about that. We're actually a company as well. So you don't have to worry. It's going to put on the internet anyway. It's no problem. I just want you to know that there's more decent people than you, okay?
Is that you, Peter? Are you the more decent person than me? Is it? Carry on, Dave.
His followers to kill these singing girls for singing satirical songs about him. In Ibn Ishaq, page 676, we read about a woman named Asma bint Marwan. After Muhammad ordered his followers to murder a man who was more than 100 years old for making fun of Muhammad, Asma bint Marwan said that there should be retaliation against Muhammad for having people killed. Let's see how Muhammad responded. When the apostle heard what she had said, he said, "Who will rid me of Marwan's daughter?" Umar ibn Adi al-Khatmi, who was with him, heard him, and that very night he went to her house and killed her. In the morning he came to the apostle and told him what he had done, and he, Muhammad, said, "You have helped God and his apostle, O Umar." When he asked if he would have to bear any evil consequences, the apostle said, "2 goats won't butt their heads about her." So Umar went back to his people. You have helped God and his apostle, Umar.
So Muhammad just wants to kill people. So the book's all about, and that is what I got from it as well, all about killing people, which is what, and raping kids. So that's why I called it a child rapist death cult. So it's basically getting proved here. Dave's saying exactly the same thing that I said as well. But Peter the Plonker is, there are much better people than me, because he's protecting people that believe in this. Oh, that's really good. Well done, Peter, you clown.
But by slaughtering this woman in the name of Allah. In Sunan Abu Dawud 4361, Muhammad makes it clear that brutally murdering a woman is perfectly acceptable as long as the woman made fun of him.
Wow. So killing women's okay. Kids, women, who cares? It's Islam.
Narrated that Ikrimah said, Ibn Abbas told us that a blind man had a female slave. She was his slave girl.
Again, Islam's involved in the East African slave trade, the white slave trade, the Turkish slave trade, and the West African slave trade.
Who had borne him a child. So, like Muhammad, this man had
all
sex
based around the sexual slavery of the Prophet. But don't worry, Peter knows all this. Peter the Plonker knows all this. I'm sure he's got a great knowledge of Islam and politics within the politics of Islam, because he's a ITV political journalist. He's a big heavy hitter.
With his slave girls, who reviled the Prophet and disparaged him. And he told her not to do that, but she did not stop. And he rebuked her, but she paid no heed. One night she started to disparage and revile the Prophet, so he took a dagger and put it in her stomach and pressed on it and killed her. There fell between her legs a child who was smeared with the blood that was there. The next morning, mention of that was made to the Prophet, and he assembled the people and said, By Allah, I adjure the man who did this to stand up. The blind man stood up and came through the people, trembling, and he came and sat before the Prophet. He said, O Messenger of Allah, I am the one who did it. She used to revile you and disparage you, and I told her not to do it, but she did not stop, and I rebuked her, but she paid no heed. I have 2 sons from her, who are like 2 pearls, and she was good to me. Last night she started to revile you and disparage you, and I took a dagger and placed it on her stomach, and I pressed on it until I killed her.
Well, that's great. These are definitely... I'm glad that Nicola Sturgeon's got their open immigration policy, because these are definitely the type of people we want to bring into Scotland. I'm sure they're going to be really advantageous.
The Prophet said, Bear witness that no retaliation is due for her blood. Notice this guy went full vigilante. There was no trial. This man's slave girl, who was also the mother of his children, made fun of Muhammad for being the most obvious false prophet in history. The man brutally murdered her, and Muhammad approved of the murder. Here we are, 14 centuries later, wondering why a Muslim at Speaker's Corner just stabbed a Christian woman who was wearing a Charlie Hebdo shirt. Are we starting to understand Islam yet? Now, when jihadis attack a woman, some people experience a desire for revenge. Some people think that they need to respond to violence with more violence. If you're one of the people who thinks that you have to go out and attack a random Muslim as some sort of retaliation, let me tell you, you're a moron and an embarrassment. Attacking a Muslim in response to an attack on Hatun Tash will not help Hatun and will not teach anyone a lesson. Apart from being a horrible thing to do, attacking a Muslim will have an effect that is precisely the opposite of whatever you're intending. People will say, you see, there's violence on all sides. This proves that it has nothing to do with Islam. That's why the government needs to ban criticism of Islam. And then Facebook and Twitter and YouTube will ban more people for criticizing Islam, which is exactly what the terrorists want. I know that emotions are running high when there's an attack like this, but if you want to respond appropriately, think about what Hatun would want and think about what the stabbing today was meant to accomplish. The attacks on Hatun are meant to silence critics of Islam. They're meant as a warning against anyone who would dare
Peter the Plonker wants to silence critics of Islam as well, because he's a plonker. Peter the Plonker. So because he doesn't know anything about it, he's too busy brown-nosing for his symbiotic journalistic political hack relationship with the political parliament or the parliament. That's what they do. That's the symbiotic. They don't care about what's right and wrong. But there are more decent people than me out there, Dave. I hope you realise that. That's from Peter. I don't know if Peter's one of them. I think Peter might just be a diddy. A plonker.
Muhammad. So if you want to respond to the attack on Hatun, respond by mocking Muhammad. Anyone can do that. And if you're a Christian, by preaching the gospel to Muslims. That's what Hatun would want, and that's how you show people the truth about Islam. Islam has been murdering critics for 14 centuries.
300 million people dead.
Because Islam can't handle criticism. When your
it's false, then I guess it's not.
Religion is built upon the insane ramblings of an illiterate caravan robber who had sex with a prepubescent girl, you can't...
Child rapist, death cult. Told you, surmised it in 4 words. 4 words.
Mockery.
Took it from Robert the Bruce on his deathbed, said, yes, take my heart and fight against the child rapist death cult to the Black Douglas.
Because mockery is an extremely effective tool against the insane ramblings of an illiterate caravan robber who had sex with a prepubescent girl. So, what do? We criticize, we mock, we expose. On a side note, I know that many of you are wondering if there's a way to support Hatun's work financially. The problem here is that whenever we suggest a fundraiser to support Hatun or to hire professional security, she says no. She doesn't want it. So, I'm going to respect her wishes and not try to raise money for security or for any medical costs. Instead, I'll just ask all of you to subscribe to her channel, DCCI Ministries. The link is in the description box. I am not, under any circumstances, going to draw attention to the PayPal link to support DCCI Ministries. I'm just giving you the link so you can subscribe.
Great from Dave as usual. Let's go back. Oh, Peter, there's Peter there. Peter the Plonker. Oh, come on, Peter, there's better people than me. Keep going, Peter. Carry on. Maybe, was that the ones down in Speaker's Corner you were talking about? Are they better than me, Peter? Is there? Mr. Sawar better than me? His family might have been selling heroin to children in Scotland. Don't know that yet. They could just allegations yet. But you tell me, are you supporting children that have been abused, that have been in care homes, Peter? Are you questioning the powerful, or are you protecting the powerful, Peter?
Oh, can I just ask you a question then, sir? So
I don't know. I'm calling him sir because I don't know who the hell he is. I had no idea who Peter the Plonker was before this. So I have no point of reference from Peter. Peter's just interjecting himself in my conversation with Mr. Sawa. Probably this wouldn't have become so high profile if Peter the Plonker hadn't interjected. But thanks very much, Peter the Plonker. Actually, thanks very much.
Can I just ask you a question then, sir?
Sir, who the hell are you?
Let me ask you.
So you're a racist. Again, going back to a Trotskyite term where it was popularised, which we covered yesterday under the Trotsky book, whatever it was, how to destroy economy and kill people just like Islam. He's using the word racist. So he obviously thinks that I believe in race other than the human race. And I never mentioned anything about race there as well, as we've seen many times and other people have commented on. But he's just shouting racist, a racist bully for asking Mr. Starwar questions that were already in other periodicals. That's why Peter Smith is called Peter the Plonker Smith.
No, Islam's not a race, sir. Islam's not a race.
So I've never met him before. So this is the first interaction, and I would say this is abuse. This could come under hate speech. I think maybe we have to think about whether or not we're going to actually jail people for using the word racist if they've no point of reference. So it was obviously Paul Hutchins, who I believe that is pals with this twat, and he's Paul Hutchins and this character are actually friends, and it was Paul that lied about me in the first articles, and I've now been proven right. Dave Wood's basically proven me right for my synopsis on Islam, which is not a race, it's a death cult, which is now stabbing women in the middle of Hyde Park, which is a free speech area. But yeah, I'm the problem. I think you're the problem, Peter the Plonker.
You're a racist.
You're a racist. It's almost like he's an autopilot and he's not actually got any thought of his own, just repeating the same thing. It's almost like cultish behaviour. And he might be from the intersectional Marxist left as well, where he's protecting the other communists that are in power just now. Not actually scrutinising them, protecting them.
You can say what you want about Islam, you're a racist.
I can say anything I want about Islam, but you're a racist. I do say anything I want about Islam, and I don't believe in race unless it's the human race, Peter. So I'm a libertarian liberal. So I don't have the intersectional Marxist lens, which we've already covered, for race, like potentially you do, Peter. I'd like to see where you are on the political spectrum, buddy.
Right, so can I ask you a question then, sir? What was the murder of the people in Glasgow by a Muslim? Can you tell me their names? Was that a racist attack, sir? You seem to know all about race. I know a racist when I see one.
So I would say that you know a racist when you hear one, not when you see one. And as I said, the only person who was shouting about race was Peter the Plonker Smith. I never said anything. Now, and people have checked back and they've seen it and they've not said that I've said anything about race. But now we're seeing women getting stabbed for saying things about Islam as well. But we don't have to do that. We've got actual journalists who actually protect Islam by shouting the word racist, like a communist does. And by taking the intersectional communist side, whether he knows it or not, whether he's actually a practicing intersectional Marxist like wee Nippy, whether they both know it or they've just been indoctrinated and they don't realise what we've just covered tonight, that they're using communist language.
Yeah, well, Islam's not a race, sir. Islam's a religion and a political ideology. How can you be racist against a political ideology, sir?
Not answering, like Sarwar not answering. So their role is to, because they can't answer, because I'm better than them out debating, they obfuscate where they're actually, like Sarwar didn't answer any of the questions, and Peter the Plonker isn't answering any questions either. Carry on, Peter, let's have it. The blood's on your hands, buddy, because you're not holding people to account, but you're obviously, there are people that are better than me, obviously you, Peter.
You're not answering, so you don't know because it's not a race. So you're just making things up, aren't you?
That's it. Oh dear, correct, isn't it, Peter? Isn't it?
Have you read the Quran? Have you read the Hadith in the Quran?
Well, obviously not, Peter, because there's a woman just been stabbed in Speaker's Corner, and people like you who are defending Islamists are responsible. Blood's on your hands, buddy. You're not a journalist.
You don't know what you're talking about, do you, sir? Exactly.
Okay, so you're not answering any of the questions either. But Peter's there to protect Sarwar from actually answering any questions. Peter's jumped in there just shouting racist, and Sarwar's not answered any of the questions either.
Okay, exactly. You know when you've been here.
Well, that's it.
Yeah, Mr. Sarwar. Can you tell us about the rape of Christian children in Pakistan, sir?
So he's laughing at that. He finds that funny. He was on Pakistani television. I bet he wasn't commenting on and this again. I'm not even going to Google it, but anybody can Google what I'm talking about, and they can see it for themselves. So there's been murders just like there is in Scotland. Women being stabbed who are and murdered who are Christian, and we're seeing it now in Hyde Park as well. So this is wee Nippy's diversity that we're looking forward to, where people are actually literally dying, but everything else is racist. We don't want hurty feelings, like Humza Useless being putting people under house arrest because he got mean tweets.
Oh. It's all on the internet. It's not a secret.
So this is him just protecting. He's probably just protecting the company, and so he can get access to Sarwar. But he doesn't really. He's not a journalist. Let's be honest. He's just a hack.
I'll see you again, Mr. Sarwar. Nice to meet you.
So I'm walking away. They said that I followed Sarwar. I didn't follow Sarwar. Sarwar followed me.
Sorry, buddy, he's going on the internet. I'm not hindering. You're not racist, but you're a bully as well.
A racist and a bully. So I've never met this guy before. I've not said anything racist, and the guy said that I'm bullying. So not answered. None of them have answered any of the questions that I've actually put down. So, but what the outcome of them being able to obfuscate is the fact they're not answered the questions. Is that women are getting stabbed now, and under his ideology, his religion, which we'll just point out with Dave Wood, because of characters like this. Peter the Plonker, who looks like he's on drugs, and his eyes are all boggly, and he's now just shouting. He's basically abusing me. He's the one that's basically doing the abuse, shouting racist, which I think should be a hate speech. Although I believe in free speech, I think it's a good way to screw over the left and just criminalise the left. If they shout racist and can't prove it, they should go to jail, maybe 7 years in jail.
I'm not bullying you, yeah, you're quieting down when other people come out there.
So not only had he, as a journalist, interrupted my interview with Sawa, who completely unethical. So I'm going to jump in front of his streams there as well. He's also now off camera here. There's another journalist speaking as well, and he's just shouting about there. And he's not answered any questions. You can see he's just actually trying to obfuscate and not answer any questions.
No, she's on the
and that's him. So he's the bully. He's just bullied his way into shouting abuse at me, calling me a bully. When he's been bullying, he bullied me when I was having an interview with Sawa. 50 mass murder attempts by Muslims, terrorists, up to 2016 from 2015, not including the last 6 years. But we've got the women from Urgent Shots worried about racism. I don't want to talk to racists. I don't know if what the person that stabbed the woman is. I don't know if he's a bigot or a racist. I don't know what terminology Peter the Plonker's using. And I don't know if it's under the Marxist terminology that anybody's a racist that's part of the liberal democracy and he's part of the Marxist takeover that seems to be in bed with Islamists. I don't deserve the time of day. I've never said anything racist. So I would suggest that this is hate speech towards me, bullying towards me, and also that he's basically lying. I understand both the politicians and the media lie anyway, but he's actually lying about, because he never heard anything racist, and we've already gone through it on several occasions that nothing racist was said. So he's basically slandering me or libeling me, one or the other, or both, for what the actual interaction was. Whoa!
Islam is not a race.
So, I mean, he's obviously agitated himself, and he's the bully. He's the wee bully here.
Do you understand? It's not a race, and it's a human race as well. You can see what you like. I can see what you like.
I've never met the guy before, so I've never met Peter the Plonker before. Peter the Plonker doesn't know me from Adam. Never met him. Don't know him. Don't know Paul Hutchins. Never met him either. Don't know him. All they do is shout about far right this, far right that, where I'm a libertarian liberal. I told Salwar as well, I'm a centrist libertarian. But that's the go-to now for anything that they don't like is now racist. That's it. That's under the Marxian lens, the Trotsky Marxian lens of the postmodernist Marxists, as we've already covered. And this is what he represents. It's the synergy between the political class and the media that's got that woman stabbed in Speaker's Corner. And all they want to do is close down me asking Sarwar questions by his interjection there. Nothing to do with race, nothing to do with anything he's just said there. But look at his eyes, he looks like he's on cocaine there. Look at his eyes buggle-eyed. And that explains why he's been arrogant. Maybe he's got a drug habit and a cocaine habit. So that probably explains his jitteriness and things like that as well.
But who's your racist? That's right.
So I've never met the guy before.
Yeah, I can see what I like, buddy.
So, there you go. Very interesting. The left are trying to pass off Islam as a race when it's a religion and as well as a political ideology. So that's what you get here just now. But they're not prepared to talk about any of the wrongdoings within Islam. They're not prepared to actually have proper adult conversations about what's actually happened.
So we're seeing more stabbings, killings now and this is going to continue because of people like Nicola Sturgeon, the intersectional Marxist, and Laura Rees-Mogg and Laura Slater.
Hey, Mr. Sarwar, is it the hate speech bill, is that going to apply to Islam, Mr. Sarwar?
You take care of yourself, buddy.
I will.
So again, not answering. Not answered any of the questions. Just far right, dismissing, shouting racist and far right. But we see that the Islam has got real life consequences, and the brutal stabbing of the woman on Speaker's Corner. Is that hate speech? Is that racist? Is that bigoted? Is that the same ideology that Mr. Sarwar follows?
Do you want to, Mr. Sarwar? I will, I always do, Mr. Sarwar. So I noticed you didn't answer any of the questions though, Mr. Sarwar.
And they lost 2 MSPs. Think job done.
So, all up tonight, no answers to the questions, but the children raped by the Muslim asylum seekers in Glasgow. No answers about who the people were that were murdered in Glasgow by the Muslim...
Now, that was a mistake by me. That was the BBC saying there was 3 people killed by an asylum seeker in Glasgow.
As well. No answers to any of these questions, and then you get called a racist for just asking these sort of questions. Hate only works one way, isn't it? So, I don't even know what to say in the back of that. Absolutely terrible, and that's the leader of Labour. Obviously my family were platers and textile workers, and it just shows you how far Labour's fallen.
to nearly disappearing.
To have somebody that can't even answer questions. I mean, if you're in politics, you would at least answer questions. I mean, they suspected that was, and apart from getting shouted racist, because obviously Islam is a political ideology as well as a religion. So it just shows you they want to shut down any conversation, because it's obviously a fascist or totalitarian political ideology as well. It's quite fascist in this outlook, as well as being misogynistic and wants to kill gays and things like that. So that's what we've got as the head of Labour, unfortunately. So, very bad. So is Mr. Sarwar away in there.
So, my baby gorillas, I've had enough of this tonight. That's been a hugely long event there. So, obviously, Peter is, I don't know. Oh, let's have a wee look at this. So this is Peter looking like he's on drugs as usual.
You've said you would like to have another referendum before the next Scottish elections. The UK government's saying no. What's your strategy to get around that?
My strategy is to build support for independence and to make and win the case and build the demand for people in Scotland to have that choice. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time worrying about the diktats of a government that has no credibility, no authority, changes its mind every day, and is probably going to be out of office before too long. Instead, I will make the preparations that are within my ability to make right now and make the case for independence.
You could present it to the UK government and they've said they would say no. I'm just curious to know, what can you do around that? You've said, previous conferences, you've told your supporters that there will be another referendum. The last time we had an interview, you told me it wasn't a matter of if but when.
I'll tell you that right now.
So what I'm wanting to know then, what's your strategy to make sure that is that just, is that the hope of a lifelong independence, or is that the promise of a First Minister to the people of the country?
It's the opinion of a Democrat. It is not sustainable.
And the SNP in their manifesto kept talking about democracy and we're going to have great democracy, although they want to bring in communist citizens' assembly, which is definitely the communist manifesto as well. That's what they had back in there, which are not elected. Wee Nippy wants to rejoin the EU, where 28 unelected commissioners are dictating our legislation, and unelected commissioners, and she wants to bring in treaties from the UN where nobody's elected that directly into Scottish law without any scrutiny, and she's talking about democracy.
And it will not be sustainable for the UK government to stand in the way of the will of the Scottish people.
You said 2 years ago that it wasn't sustainable when Theresa May said those words that she kept saying again and again. Now is not the time.
And I said 2 years ago we would spend time focusing on Brexit. Well, look,
the polls haven't shifted, and she's not bringing it forward. You've all voted for the SNP to get independence. I guarantee you, by the next general election, which is obviously nearly 4 years away. There's not going to be another independence referendum under Nicola Sturgeon. Nicola Sturgeon is not there to bring in another referendum. She's there to bring in the globalist, open border, get stabbed by a Muslim agenda. That's where Nicola Sturgeon's heads at. It's about intersectional Marxism that she's bringing in. It's not about unlocking us all in the house. It's not about anything else. As she rightly pointed out, she's not a nationalist.
I'll make the case as First Minister, and I will make the case for independence, and I'm confident that's a case we will win.
The debate has been happening. I mean, it hasn't, independence hasn't gone away. You've dedicated huge resource to this national conversation. You're now talking about a national assembly. The people of Scotland seem to be saying, according to all of the polls, that it's still very much as it was in 2014.
That's actually not true.
There's no indication that if you held another...
That is actually true by Peter the Plonker. That is actually true. There isn't any difference in the polls. He is correct.
Poll out today, and it still shows the overwhelming majority of people of Scotland do want a referendum. Difference of opinion about timing, which is why my job is to say to people, look, it would be wrong to have a referendum right now, but we mustn't leave it so late that the damage of Brexit is done to us.
So those people who want a referendum, and they see you as the person who can lead them to that, they want to know what's your strategy to get it. The UK government's strategy is very clear. They keep saying no. I'm interested to know, is there a way around it? Can you challenge that in the courts?
Well, this point's never been tested in the courts, but that should not be anybody's preference.
The question that a lot of people are asking now, we've been talking about it for so long. Are you completely impotent in this? If the UK government says no, is there anything you can do? Do you have another way around them?
The UK government, in their stance right now, are making the case for independence, because if it is the case that Scotland, and I'm not saying it is, if it is the case that Scotland is impotent, then I can't think of a better argument for Scotland being independent.
That's an argument for independence. That's not a strategy to get a referendum.
I will make the case and win the case for independence.
And if the UK government continues to say no when you've won the case for having another referendum, they can keep saying no.
I'm going to make the preparations in the Scottish Parliament.
Guaranteeing there's no referendum by the next, the SNP will not get a referendum by the next election. They're just basically stringing the voters along now on this dangle carrot of independence. They'll have to wait. You would be better switching to another party that would offer Devo Max, because then at least you would increase the powers of the Scottish Parliament, and you'd be able to get more powers, and you'd probably win that as an interim. If you were still wanting independence then further down the line, but you would potentially win that referendum, or that, not the referendum, referendum would win the referendum of Devo Max in the interim period, because Nicola Sturgeon will not deliver another referendum. Guaranteed, to put money on it.
Build the case for independence, and it will be emotions. Look, you can keep asking me the same question for the rest of the interview if you want.
Strategy for how you're going to deliver.
My strategy is to make and win the case for independence, and I'm confident we're going to do it.
And if the UK government says no?
The UK government won't keep saying no, Paul. That would
You're
be
banking on changing their mind.
Look, I'm banking on democracy prevailing.
You talk about a replacement for the government. Which of Theresa May's potential replacements do you think would be amenable to having a Scottish referendum? Boris Johnson? Would he give you permission?
I think
Jacob Rees-Mogg?
Boris Johnson or Jacob Rees.
Michael Gove?
Any of the names you've just mentioned there would send support for independence soaring through the roof. Look, I'm in charge of my own decisions. I'm in charge of how I make the case for independence. I'm going to make the positive case for Scotland being a normal, independent European country, and I don't think a UK government should or will be able to stand in the way of the Scottish people expressing its will.
That's a very strong and well articulated argument for why Scotland should be independent. You've been arguing it for a long time. I still haven't heard though. What's your strategy for giving the people a referendum? The UK government's strategy is to say no. Do you have a way around it?
My strategy is to say yes.
First Minister, thank you very much.
Yeah. Money on it. She's not going to get an independence referendum. Money on it. And she won't want one, especially if there's not an actual majority in the polls for for winning the referendum. And just now it doesn't look like there is. So the best strategy would have been, political strategy would have been to get a Devo Max settlement, and that's where the SNP are fixated and failing, and also the underlying agenda is for intersectional Marxism, which is what Wee Nippy's pushing. My baby gorillas, love you guys. Oh, let's see if there's any questions before anything you guys are saying. Trotsky called people like him white, didn't he? Last refuge of low IQ, fool crying racist, yeah. The Prophet Muhammad was white, yeah, he was. The Prophet Muhammad allegedly was white. Even horrible Islam is better than worldwide Satanism instigated by the elite Islam can be reformed. No, it can. Islam can be reformed. Islam is meant to be fixed as an entity. Independence to what? Slavery. To join the globalist EU, where Scotland will have little to influence. That's right. Nicola Fish makes me puke. The SNP is only nationalist in name. That's right. They should be named the Scottish Globalist Marxist Party. That's correct. That's it, buddy. That's exactly right, bud. Last refuge of low IQ, Trotsky calling Peter doesn't appear to be very bright. Yes, I got that as well. I got that sort of impression as well. A lot of Islamics are Doma, I don't know, they are Satanist Frankists. I don't know what's that. They're Satanists. Well, I believe there's certainly talk about them being saying this. My baby gorillas, I love you guys. Thanks for sticking with me. That was extremely long.